I can live with that. All right. Thanks, everybody. We have 64 people on, and we're going to start the conference. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so I'll just repeat myself. Thanks, everybody, especially for logging in, and especially thank our speakers for coming on to share their expertise with us today. Greatly appreciate it. Let's see, I'm not full screen, am I? That better? Everybody see me, hopefully?
Yeah, that looks great, Bernie. The slide is showing in full screen.
All right, so here we go. So just a few things. If you're a participant, please leave your video camera and microphone off to avoid background noise and minimize screen distractions. You can submit your questions via chat, and someone Julia just mentioned a great thing. If you have a question, put a couple question marks in front of it before you type your question so that the people that are picking them up can see them better. The conference proceedings are being recorded and will be posted later. And there is a 10-minute break at 2:10 after the last talk. And so you've seen the conference program before. I only show this so that you can notice these red parts here, red Q&A. There'll be 4 possible opportunities for questions. So most of the people that are attending here today are bluebirders, which means you're a bluebird rancher. And you know, ranchers raise their herds to increase their herds for their livelihood. We try to increase our flock out of the love of the bluebird that we like. It's our passion in many cases. And so when we get together, we generally talk about this stuff in the first row up here, how to bluebird. And we are kind of religious about that. We have an orthodoxy that we follow. And it's pretty much the same all over the continent, little changes because of habitat or the predators that we deal with. But we try to do it the same way. We put the right box in the right place, and we monitor the trail so you have the greatest chance of success. In other words, fledging new bluebirds. But today, we're going to be hearing from scientists who study bird populations in order to understand how they are faring as a species. So we're going to be seeing slides like this: distributions, trends, ranges, and effects, for example, maybe of climate on bluebird range. So I guess I could say, did I say this already? We're going to not so much hear about how to bluebird, but how bluebirds are doing. Did I say that twice? If I did, I should. I'm really getting bad. So we are concerned. We know that there's problems with birds today in North America. I think one of the greatest papers in North American ornithology ever came out in December of 2019. Rosenberg was the first author, but there were maybe 16 others, including one of our speakers, Dr. Sauer. And this was a devastating report. It says that we've lost nearly 3 billion birds in the last half century. Hard for me to believe that 1970 is a half century ago, but we've lost 3 billion birds. Said another way, in 1970, we estimate that we had 10 billion birds on the continent. Today, 7 billion. If these losses have occurred on birds of all habitats, differentially, of course, sparrows, warblers, and blackbirds are particularly hit. But we know our bluebirds are not immune from the environment and changes. So we are concerned. We also know that from that study and other studies that over a third of our species of birds in North America urgently need conservation action, or they risk extinction. And I said extinction. That's what the report says. Another half are in danger and certainly need or in reasonable need of conservation effort to keep them sliding into the red zone. And only 14% of our species are considered really safe today. I can tell you that of our 3 species of bluebirds, the only one that's in the blue zone wedge still today is the Eastern Bluebird. The other 2, the Mountain and the Western Bluebird, are in the yellow. I'm sorry, I don't know why that happened. So we're concerned, and that brings us to today. What is the status of the mountain bluebird? We know the mountain bluebird population is small, maybe 6 billion birds, but is it stable? Recent years have not been good, and one of the reasons we're concerned is that recent years have not been particularly good or ideal ones for many bluebirders working with the mountain bluebird. Those polar vortex disruptions, which are getting more frequent, maybe happening at the occurrence of 1 every 4 years now, often, result in large masses of Arctic air blowing down through the middle of the country. That threatens not only birds in the winter when it happens, but also birds in the spring, often severely damaging the first nesting. This is happening in a lot of parts of mountain bluebird range. On the other side of the coin is heat and drought, which is a problem in the West for years. And of course, the heat leads to reduced egg viability, and the heat and the drought contribute to diminishing insects. And these are both factors that limit production. And now we are dealing with forest fires over much of the range, not only destroying habitat, but ruining air quality and interfering with bluebirding in those regions. So we talked last year in our journal that it was time to start getting the best scientific information we could on our birds. And the mountain bluebird is where we're starting. And we hopefully maybe can use that information to devise strategies to ameliorate or improve the prospects for the species. So you've heard enough from me. It's now time to hear what our speakers have to say about the mountain bluebird. So our first speaker today is Dr. John Sauer. John Sauer is a senior research scientist stationed at the USGS Eastern Ecological Science Center. He was hired by the center in 1986 to work on statistical methods for the analysis of the North American Breeding Bird Survey, also known as BBS. He has worked there ever since with his colleagues, developing statistical methods for the analysis, for the analysis and for the display of the BBS, and also other large-scale avian databases, including the Audubon Christmas bird count and some of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service waterfowl studies, surveys. John has also been keenly interested in bluebirds through much of his career, and in fact, he lives on an inholding of the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center, which was an early hotbed of bluebird nest box activity. And of course, we know it was the stomping grounds of Larry Zelny, the founder of NABS. In 1990, John and his colleague Sam Droege published a research paper in the Wilson Bulletin, detailing the effects of severe winter on eastern bluebird populations. He's pleased and amused to still be able to be working on that topic 30 years later. John received his BA at Rutgers College in ecology, his master's in zoology at the University of Wyoming, and then another master's in mathematics and a PhD in systematics and ecology from the University of Kansas. He's a very titled man. And speaking of title, the title of his presentation today is Spatial and Temporal Trends in Mountain Bluebird Populations, the View from the North American Breeding Bird Survey. Thank you, John.
Okay, if you'll bear with me for a second here to figure out whether I am indeed going to have this working the way I expect it to. So let's see. My apologies here while I figure out what I thought I was doing. There. Can you see my title? Can you see my title?
I cannot.
No,
Yep,
John.
we are still seeing your video.
Ah,
Yeah, we just see your video.
okay, so, my apologies here. Let's see if that does any better.
So we're seeing your Outlook screen.
Yeah, yeah, which is where I want to be.
There we
There
go.
it is.
You got it.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
I love technology.
All good.
Yeah, we're big into Teams in USGS, but not into Zooming. Anyway, so that's the stated title. I should note that my current institutional affiliation is with the Eastern Ecological Science Center, which is a merger of the Patuxent Wildlife Research Center and the Leetown Science Center. I should also mention that it's usually a good idea if you're going to give a talk for a group to make sure you look at a few back issues of their journals to see how much they might know about the topic you're supposed to be talking about. And I mean, even the most superficial look back at some of the recent and earlier journals of your organization suggests that you should already be pretty well aware of what's going on with the bluebird species and mountain bluebird in particular, because you've gotten pretty sophisticated updates recently that describe a lot of the pattern of population change shown by the BBS. So, so what I'm going to try to do today is to go over an update on BBS patterns since perhaps your most recent update, tell you a little bit about the BBS and its role in conservation, and where mountain bluebirds fit into some of these major bird conservation initiatives that I've had the good fortune to be involved with for the past 36 years or so. Anyway, Patuxent Wildlife Research Center has been a great place to work over the past 30 years. And in a way, they a lot of North American bird conservation in the later part of the 20th century really, you know, Patuxent played a critical role because of its research into contaminants and into bird populations. And it was certainly the best place in the world to work on this topic for most of the time that I've been there. So, you know, it's in the early years, they did a lot of contaminants work, and Rachel Carson actually worked for the Fish and Wildlife Service in the mid-80s when they were doing contaminant studies at Patuxent, and she must have been influenced by it. And then after she wrote Silent Spring and ignited this environmental consciousness, that provided an impetus for people like Chan Robbins to start the Breeding Bird Survey. And between Chan and his group of people in the bird banding laboratory and the migratory bird management group, there was a lot of people interested in bird conservation. So it was a real exciting time to work at Patuxent. And I should note that right next to Patuxent is the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center. So, you know, when Larry Zeleny was starting his original Bluebird Trail on the Agricultural Research Center and becoming a vital force in bluebird conservation, a lot of the people at Patuxent were active participants. A lot of my colleagues over the years, you know, when I read the early Scialia papers, you really see their names quite a bit. And I just, as was mentioned in my introduction, Marcia here is the current curator of bluebird trails on the Agricultural Research Center, and where I live is an in-holding surrounded by fields and forest and bluebird boxes. And I run into her and her husband once or twice a year when they're working on the bluebird trail. So that's always a pleasant thing to stop and catch up with her. Okay, so because there's been such a connection between Patuxent and Bluebird Society and just in the general area here around here, the BBS has been bluebird populations have been well described in Ciali and other places, including this article by Danny Bystract in the second issue. I sort of think that's Barb Dow, the illustration, who actually did a bluebird trail on Patuxent Refuge up until a few years ago when she passed away, sadly. Anyway, so there's a long tradition of using BBS data to describe bluebird populations and keep people updated on what's going on. My first hit at this was in 1990 when Sam Droege and I wrote a paper, and we were interested in how severe weather influences bluebird populations. And, obviously, the Eastern Bluebird is sort of a poster child for severe winter effects. And this was a real interesting paper, and it did document some severe declines associated with those really bad winters in the mid 70s. And I remember freezing in bus stops at Rutgers College during those years, and it was severe, and you can see it in a lot of bird species, and most notably in bluebirds, Carolina wrens. However, looking at the long-term sort of trajectory of what presentations have been made to the Bluebird Society, you can see that we give a generally consistent view of population change with expanding years on the end of the time series that portray, and so it is interesting. The methods have changed pretty dramatically since Danny Bystract's figure 3 there to our current analysis for Eastern Bluebirds down on the bottom. And what you see, of course, and that's Bernie's presentation in Bluebird a few years ago. But what you see is that there are those severe weather effects still expressed, and there are other severe weather effects later on in the time series. But in that broad sweep of the population trajectory, it suggests that there's a lot more going on than just severe weather in influencing populations of bluebirds. And how one gets at what those things are and how to use them as tool for management is always interesting to think about, and largely unknown even at this point. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the Breeding Bird Survey, for those of you who don't know. It's a roadside survey, started in 1966 in the Eastern US. In the Western US, it really didn't get started until 1968. And so for Mountain Bluebirds, we generally provide time series starting in 1967, because it's in the part of the country that had at least some surveys going in 1967. It's a roadside survey conducted in June, one survey per route per year. And there's 50 stops along these routes. So you get in your car, you wait until 30 minutes before dawn at the first stop. You get out, you do a 3-minute count. And at that point, you're mostly just hearing birds because you can't see a darn thing. And then as you move along through the morning, through the stops, you drive a half mile, get out, do a 3-minute count, record all the birds you hear and see, get in the car, do another one, and you do that for 50 times. And it's really a fascinating thing to do. And it really is this sort of pilgrimage through the spring landscape, early summer landscape. You develop a very sentimental feel for your BBS routes if you do them. BBS routes are scattered all over the contiguous US and southern and central Canada. There are more BBS routes going to the north, and we sort of distinguish between a core area where there's data heading back to, continuing back from the early 60s on, or late 60s on rather, which we call the core area. And there's about 428 species we analyze trends for that area. And then we work on estimating trends in these yellow areas, which we call it the expanded area. And we estimate trends for those areas from 1993 onward. Okay, so Chan Robbins was the originator of the BBS, and he really wanted to just describe patterns of population change as a primary goal, but it was, you know, the reason it was set up was because people wanted to know why bird populations were changing as well as how they were changing. And that's a much more subtle goal to get at from a count survey like the breeding bird survey. And, you know, whether we've really made that much progress in those goals is not really clear over these years, and I'll talk about that later. But, you know, clearly we want to go more than just looking at pattern. We want to know why populations are changing. Okay, breeding bird surveys, because they have these 50 stops, you can conceptualize them as a series of points. And these are habitat maps behind them. So you can see a breeding bird survey route kind of moves among habitats. And you can think of it as a per stop kind of thing, or there's a route superimposed on a map with kind of a quarter-mile or a couple 100-yard buffer around it. So you can see sort of moves through a bunch of habitats along the route. And at a higher scale, you can see they're sort of dispersed along the landscape in places like Maryland, which I happen to be sitting in right now. In fact, I'm sitting right at that crosshair right there above DC. Okay, so the BBS is kind of tricky to analyze because different observers tend to count at different levels and you know, hear better or worse and have different skills at identifying. So we end up doing a fairly complicated hierarchical model that models population change on a route as a log linear model fit within physiographic strata. And it controls for things like differences among observers and for the fact that the first time an observer does a route, they tend to count at a lower level. And it's fit using Bayesian methods. We couldn't have done this analysis when the BBS was started. And you know, Chan was always such an advocate for advancing methods. And it just so happened that the time I got here, a brilliant guy named Bill Link was also hired. And he sort of rode the wave of a lot of really sophisticated statistical methods and was the architect of the modern analytical approaches we use. Okay, so we talk about change in terms of two things. One are annual indexes, which are yearly indexes of abundances that are scaled to level of a survey route. So it's a number of birds per those 50 stops for the region we're describing. And that shows patterns of population change. The other thing we do is we estimate a yearly percentage change. We call that a trend from one year to another. So oftentimes we'll talk about the trend from 1967 to 2021 or 1993 to 2021. That's a yearly percentage change over that period. Okay. The BBS does provide information for a lot of species. So it allows you to see how one species is doing relative to another. And you can, if you want to plot long-term trends, you can make plots like this that show sort of how the bulk of species are doing. And the BBS has been really the primary data source for looking at how birds are doing in North America and motivating bird conservation activities for non-game birds. And this paper that I like to say it was written by 3 charismatic and innovative scientists and me. But this was a paper that Chan wrote back in 1989. And, you know, it was really important in getting things like partners in flight and conservation groups going. Okay, but the BBS is also, since there's so many species, it's used for prioritizing species, coming up with watch lists. It's used to looking at scientific questions such as how does West Nile virus influence bird populations? And it contributes to a lot of the big integrative analysis of worldwide global biodiversity indicators. So it's influential in that way. And as was already mentioned, it was a lot of the data that went into this 3 billion birds paper. The innovation of this paper was that it converted the trend numbers from the breeding bird survey to actual population numbers. And it sort of tells you, how many actual birds were lost over that period. And that is interesting. Not only does it provide a striking alternative metric, but it also has a notion associated with it that connects it to biomasses and a lot of ecosystem functioning. And we really didn't talk about it that much in that paper, but that's an interesting thing. Okay, and the most recent State of the Birds report that just came out was also heavily using BBS data. And I know this for a fact because I was analyzing them. The innovation of the State of the Birds report is that it provides composite results of change for groups of species that are associated with broad habitats. So it highlights things like declines of grassland birds. And it's been very useful in that way. It also, in this report, we've also focused on species that are experiencing more dramatic decline than other species. I'll mention a little bit more about how mountain bluebird fits into those two contexts in a minute. But to move on to mountain bluebird trends, so this is our most recent, up until 2021, analysis of population change in mountain bluebirds, showing patterns of population change. I should note that the data from 2020 there's actually no data, so that's just a predicted value between the adjacent years. BBS was canceled because of the pandemic. That's still a sore point with me. Okay, to provide some results, if you want to take that time series trajectory and convert it to a total population size, the way they did in the 3 billion birds paper, the population estimate they used for the 3 billion birds paper was based on an average of data from 2006 to 2015, and that was 5.56 million mountain bluebirds. And if you put that number into the same trajectory from 1970 onward, you get a population, I'm sorry, the result from the 3 billion birds paper was that 1 million mountain bluebirds were lost between 1970 and 2017. If you update that, and I hasten to mention that we don't really have good population estimates, so that total population loss number is very imprecise. It could be between 300,000 and 1.7 million. Okay, but if you keeping that caveat in mind, if you update that using our most recent time period, you see that about 1.8 million mountain bluebirds were lost over that interval when you add in those last few years, 2018 to 2021. And also note that I have done one of those things that one should never do, which is that I didn't scale this axis to go to 0. So this graphic falsely suggests that, wow, we're almost down to 0, but we're not. You can see the number there is still like 4 million. So I really should recast that and put it with a 0 at the bottom part of the y-axis. So in other words, that's not like that low a population. It's still at 4 million level. Okay, so that slide put the bluebird trends into the number of birds context of the 3 billion birds paper. To put it into the context of the State of the Birds analyses, mountain bluebirds are categorized by the bird conservation groups as a western forest species and not an obligate. And this graphic is actually, whoops, sorry about that. This graphic, this little reduced to almost invisibility graphic next to that major habitat box, that's the western forest obligate group. And in general, they have fairly stable populations when looked at as a group, grouping all species together and coming up with a composite trend. However, there are a few species that are declining fairly dramatically, and those are the ones that are in that red line. So that's a graphic from the most recent State of the Birds report. But in any case, Western forest species in general are not showing declines as a group. Mountain bluebirds are also categorized as temperate migrants, as short distant migrants, and they are also not showing dramatic declines as a group in my last analysis, which hasn't been updated in a few years. However, I should also mention that a lot of temperate migrants are the ones that are influenced by severe winter weather events, particularly in the eastern US. I don't know how that plays out in the western US, but you know, Eastern Bluebird is sort of the poster bird for things that can be caught by severe winter and have bad outcomes. Okay. There are other groupings we could put them in as cavity nesters or maybe even aerial insectivores, although they're not categorized as aerial insectivores because they certainly aren't insectivorous year-round like swallows. But you know, presumably aerial insectivores as a group are of great conservation concern, and you know, people are thinking that's due to changes in insect populations, and presumably species like mountain bluebirds are also influenced by changes in insect populations at the broad scale, but that's a very subtle thing, and I have no data on that. Okay, they're not pleasantly ranked as being of conservation concern in the most recent groupings that we looked at for that State of the Birds report. The trend estimates for mountain bluebirds, they're declining significantly over the long term, 1967 to 2021, and over the shorter term, 1993 to 2021, they're declining at a more rapid rate, as one could see from that time series trajectory I showed you. We don't have a lot of time to obviously go through these regional patterns by state and province. And I hasten to add that these numbers are taken from our website, as is this graphic. I haven't updated it to the 2021 results, which are shown in these graphics, but that will be done shortly. So all of these patterns are available to you on our web presence about the breeding bird survey, our map server. If you look at these trajectories, you'll see that there's a diversity of pattern with quite a few regions of these peripheral populations showing sort of a generic decline without a lot of variation. In the central part of the range, looking at Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah, this is my quiz of Western state names. You can see there's an interesting set of declines in that what is that? That middle period. So there's a lot of diversity of pattern that one would think would be easily associated with some strong environmental things going on in that area. And for the life of me, I searched around a little bit, but didn't see any obvious reasons for that environmental correlates of those changes. I'll discuss more about those issues in a while, and maybe to somebody who actually lives in the West, that would be obvious why that was happening. We also present the results by bird conservation regions, which show the same thing. In particular, this physiographic region here, which regretfully I can't remember the name of, although I'm sure I can find it if I look here. Sorry about this. It's the Badlands and Prairies area. Shows that pattern that we see expressed at the state level as well. Okay, so and superimposed on a lot of these trajectories are declines in recent years, which is an interesting interesting phenomenon that is kind of hard to say why that is happening as well. Okay, so are these patterns of concern to the population? And it's kind of hard to tell. You know, for a species like Eastern Bluebirds, a lot of those population fluctuations are readily associated with severe winters. But you know, unless you have really a clear understanding of what's causing population changes, it's hard to figure out any way of managing them. You know, but clearly, if you see declining species, you need to think about what is a threshold at which you want to take action. And the recent example of snow crabs in Alaska and stopping the harvesting seasons of that is a good case where, you know, you're not sure why it's happening, but you know it is. And you know you have to do something. And if you have any management tool possible, you apply it. Okay, so I thought I'd take a few minutes and follow up on a few things that might be going on with Eastern Bluebird populations. You know, this paper jumps out as, you know, one of those things that is thought of to be really common in bird populations, and that is that migratory birds are arriving earlier on their breeding grounds. And, you know, Eastern or mountain bluebirds are always thought of as some species who tries to get there early and start breeding. And, you know, one would presumably think that that might leave them more susceptible to changes in variation on things like snowfall and other things. So that's an interesting question to follow up on. So we can look at those time series and look for patterns and see why they might be changing in those time periods. I noticed this is the most superficial of comparisons, but this was a paper of temperature in Alberta, and you know, if you compare that to the time series, you don't see that really severe fall. And whoops, 2001 really influences, you know, has a strong association with the time series. So I'll mention a little bit more about the fallacies of doing those sort of comparisons in a minute. We're interested in, and it's always interesting to know what the population consequences of earlier arrivals and changes in phenology through the season are for population dynamics. You know, does it create more variability in the population time series? And it is just one component of a large question. There's, you know, we can't look at that from the breeding bird survey, but we can look at what is happening to bird populations through the time we're counting on the breeding bird survey. Do they start breeding sooner and concentrate their breeding efforts toward the early part of the season? Do they stop breeding earlier? And with the breeding bird survey, we can, you know, presumably changes in activity of birds along route. Birds are mostly observed as singing males. Presumably, it is not only indexing population, but if you're not careful, that there are changes in that activity that is associated with breeding activity. And this is a concern for us when we work on the survey, because we want to measure population, not breeding activity in a year. So we want activity to be consistent through the counting season. But what we were interested in doing was seeing if our assumption of consistency of that index is true. And we're also interested in whether there's changes in relative visibility through the BBS counting period. Presumably, if there is, this might be a reflection of changes in breeding activity associated with changing climate. And so we actually did an analysis where we were able to model the relative visibility of birds along BBS routes and we did this in the context of our population models, and we could extract for any year and latitude, we could extract a seasonal phenology profile, basically the relative visibility through the season. Like in this one I've shown you, which is 1982, latitude 36, you can see that this basically, the blue line indicates the minimum visibility, which is just a little bit below 1. And the red line indicates the maximum visibility, which is late in the season. It's like year day 190. And the blue line, that just indicates that these dates are not different from that minimum. Anyway, the point here is that we were able to model relative visibility for years and latitude, and we were interested in looking to see if that visibility changed over time and space. So for Mountain Bluebird, you can do that. We did it for a series of years. Year 5 here is like 1972. And then this year 53 is like 2018. So we can look at these profiles for a bunch of latitudes from south, latitude 36, which is down near Pueblo, maybe Colorado, up into latitude 54, which is, I don't know, a little south of Edmonton, maybe. And we can look to see if those phenology profiles through the season were changing over time and space. And that's just one of those things that you put up to say we did this and don't want to make people try to look at it. But basically, if you summarize those, you see that the maximum visibility for mountain bluebirds occurs late for 33% of those areas. And there are no effects at all for 47. And for 13% of them, you know, you couldn't tell if the peak was at the beginning or the end. So in other words, there's not a lot of evidence for changes in phenology through the season for mountain bluebird, but for that, when it does occur, maximum visibility tends to be late. And for I threw in the other 2 bluebird species for a comparison, and Eastern bluebirds tend to be most active late for 80% of their areas, and Western bluebirds tend to be more variable in that, but still mostly no effect. Okay, so in other words, the phenology through the breeding bird survey season doesn't seem to be changing for this species because we could not find any temporal or latitudinal patterns in timing of maximum visibility. Okay, so, you know, we would think that a species like mountain bluebird with sort of a lot of altitudinal differences and an interest in getting there early to breed, you know, that might make them predisposed to weather effects. And there might be short-term fluctuations related to weather. But I hasten to add, that's speculation. I've not been able to show any evidence of that today. Okay, and there's no large changes in seasonal phenology during the breeding bird survey period. But of course, you know, it's really fascinating to have been working in bird populations and looking at a lot of broad scale natural history patterns over the past few years, because there are all these sort of slow moving catastrophes going on in the eastern and western US associated with things like wildfire and bark beetles that, you know, we know are having major effects on habitats and snags and all sorts of things that influence mountain bluebirds. And, you know, fire incidence has definitely increased, and it differs seasonally in recent years. But finding really tight data that you can associate with regions and compare with breeding bird survey data is tricky. I don't have a lot of good data like that. And I also know if you try to take little sporadic pieces of data, like this is maximum snow death at birth and pass by year compared to Colorado bluebird populations, mountain bluebirds, you can see that superficially all time series look like they're fluctuating in concert, but then you realize that they're not. You know, you have to proceed very carefully when you correlate time series. You have to correlate changes from year to year and not just look at the broad sweep of patterns. And really, the way to get at this is to think about integrated models that combine multiple data sets. And, we've been doing that in recent years with maps banding and productivity data, monitoring avian productivity and survival programs, maps, I should mention. And that sort of thing is what really needs to be done to throw in components of demography like productivity and survival into our modeling and try to associate those with environmental covariates. And I'll just mention as the last second that that's Dave DeSante, that picture there, that fellow in the picture. And Dave just passed away, which is a source of great sadness for me, because not only was he a great guy, but he was also one of the visionaries of 20th century bird conservation. And he started what I consider to be, one of the three great monitoring efforts of the last half of the century, at least. I'll let the eBird people tell you who the visionary was for that system. Chan Robbins was definitely the visionary for the BBS. Anyway, it's always useful to think about how other data like bluebird trails fit into this broader picture of information that we can use to assist bluebird conservation. I'll just end with that graph of the three species, Eastern Bluebird, Western Bluebird, and Mountain Bluebird, just to show that they sort of show different things. And it's always interesting to speculate about what's going on. Anyway, that's my talk. Thanks.
Thank you very much, John. I'm sure we have questions. So the impression I've always had, and it seems to be shown on your last slide, that even though the Western Bluebird is the least populous species in terms of number, it's actually been in the last 30 years the most stable species. And that's what you seem to show too. I mean, that's what you show. I mean,
yeah. I didn't look in detail at the demography of Western Bluebirds, but I would encourage everyone to, let's see if I can take a minute here and figure out how to actually do this. I would encourage everyone to have a look at our map server. Sorry about this. Let's see here. Yeah. Have a look at our map server, which allows you to look at population changes. It allows you to look at population changes at a variety of different scales and scroll through the trajectories. You can look at north, south, east, west trajectories for these species. And if you're interested in looking at the individual root level results, you can scale down to them, and if our map server is working the way it should be showing you counts. The different colors indicate different observers on the survey routes, so you can actually scroll through the state and look at results at the individual root level. But usually states or conservation regions are really interesting to look at from this. This has not been updated to 2021 yet. These are 29, but it should be in the next week or so.
Dana or Jillian or Ralph, do we have some other questions?
We do have some questions from our chat, Bernie. The first one, and I'll mention this one first. This question came in second, but it relates to one of what was on Dr. Sauer, one of your last slides. How are the BBS trends affected by roots with nest boxes, or do you have any data to show that maybe nest box ranch areas have any impact?
It's an interesting question, and I've never looked at it. Nest boxes are they're they're somewhere in the middle between a monitoring program and a management program. And I tend to view them as a management program. In other words, they are a factor that increases survival and carrying capacity at a local scale for bluebirds. But unfortunately, here I am at the end of a career working on the breeding bird survey, and the one disappointment I have had is that I have not been very effective in being able to let people do analyses that incorporate questions like the one you just asked.
Mhm.
Back in when I early in the work with the BBS, my work with the BBS, one of our Western ecologists at Patuxent, a contaminants guy, had incidents of cattle dip, and he wanted at the county level, and he wanted to see how that influenced magpie populations, because he figured that they were dousing cattle with pesticides, and these magpies were coming up and gleaning around them and having mortality. And to me, that was a good example of something we needed to be more effective in doing. And I have to say, we've never really been able to marshal the resources geographically to make those kind of connections and do effective analysis of it. How's that for a weaselly way of saying, don't know?
No, that's great. Thanks for your answer. We had a second question come in. I should mention that question about the nest boxes was from Luann. So thank you, Luann, for that question. Second question is from Natalia. You mentioned that BBS originated to investigate the effects of pesticides on bird populations. Do you currently explore that option through your models? I'd imagine adding changes in land use over time as a proxy of pesticide use.
There's been a lot of work about trying to address this question over the years, and pesticides were certainly the rationale for getting the BBS started, looking at pesticide effects. But it's Raymond O'Connor actually did an enormous study where he did a lot of work like that about looking at county level pesticide usage in BBS and bird populations associated with the BBS. But it's really, the answer is it's always maddeningly elusive to come up with strong results just because of the scale of the BBS relative to the scale of our information about pesticides. So there really aren't great answers on what goes on with bird populations associated with pesticides from the BBS. It's ironic because Jen Robbins, in the 1940s, they were dousing areas on the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center with DDT and looking at the direct effect on bird populations and publishing it. So they have these graphics of common yellowthroats and what happens after these pesticide applications. But those are pretty extreme conditions and they get dramatic effects, but that's not the way pesticides are encountered in the world. And generally it's been found that it's more effective to do local studies. Patuxent has sort of tried to bridge that gap from actual laboratory studies to field studies that have enough power to actually detect effects of pesticides, particularly when most of these effects are indirect on reproduction.
Yeah, thank you.
Sublethal.
Thank you for that. I should add to the first question we had about nest boxes and data. Robin, who's with us from NestWatch and is one of our speakers today, did note there is very little data out there on where nest boxes actually are on the landscape. And so that can be really hard to pair that together with, with knowing how that it may impact the data, if at all. We have a question from Lorne, or a comment from Lorne, I should say, that is worth mentioning. And Dr. Sauer, if you have anything to add to it, please do. But Lauren just anecdotally mentions, based on banding near Indian Head, which is about 100 miles north of western North Dakota, that, you know, their banding efforts, at least of mountain bluebirds, are in steep decline. They recorded 239 nestlings banded in 2020. In 2021, that went down to 74, and in 2022, they only banded 36. So interesting. Interesting to report there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very good comment.
Yeah,
One of-
very
you know,
helpful.
One of the great innovations of the last few decades is our ability to start integrating those sources of information and making sense out of what's going on with populations. And, you know, that's only going to get much more interesting if people with specific species and questions about demography get together and start thinking about ways of developing these models. Now, that sort of the broad sweep of bird conservation started with, has moved in the past few decades to coming up with life cycle models for individual species. Like Partners in Flight devoted a lot of effort to thinking about wood thrush and seasonal survival and all of those pieces you need to come up with a yearly life cycle model. And that's a useful way of thinking about any species. And in doing that, you know, you need to think about covariates, both of things that are going to influence survival and productivity, but also features such as nest boxes. So yeah, it's true. It's hard to get information on where things are and, you know, all these covariates. That's a big part of the reason why we've had a regrettable lack of progress on those kind of analyses. One thing I'd mention is that people were really interested in developing a kestrel nest box program a few years ago. And I'm not sure what the current status of that is. It was being run out of Boise, I think, the Raptor group there. But, you know, they were thinking about trying to do them along BBS routes. And we said, don't do that.
Okay, well, thank you very much, John. That was wonderful presentation. You mentioned, I'll just make a comment. Nest boxes have always been a big frustration to us in NEBS because we've often wondered if one of the factors in bluebird decline is the fact that we actually have less bluebirders. I don't know how much actually bluebirders affect the total population, but you know, we have no way of knowing that. And it may very well be that we have less people bluebirding today. Our bluebirders are not traditionally a young group of people. So we wonder if our numbers are being replaced, and we have no way of knowing that. We have no way of knowing the numbers of boxes that are out there today compared to 30 years ago or 20 years ago, for example. So just a comment. So thank you very much, John. Very interesting. So we'll move on to the next talk. And our next speaker is Tom Auer. Tom is the lead scientist for Cornell Lab of Ornithology Geospatial Data Science Team, which is part of the eBird program. In this role, he directs the production of eBird status and trend studies for avian species and oversees the geovisualization of these products for both scientific advancement as well as for conservation efforts and for public engagement. Tom's especially appreciative of the fact that his job allows him to be a birder with his binoculars, a computer scientist, and a conservation advocate all at the same time. He believes that eBird has the potential to become a key tool in describing the status and trends of the world's birds. Tom received his BS in biology from the University of Minnesota Duluth and his master's in geography from Pennsylvania State University. Title of Tom's talk is A Discussion of eBird Trends for the Mountain Bluebird.
Thanks, Bernie. Let me get my share going here. Everybody see just a normal view, not a presenter view?
Looks great.
Yep.
Great. All right, well, I'm excited to talk about bluebird trends, especially following John, who we work with and who has been doing this a lot longer than I have. Have to shout out to the whole team here. The work that we do on trends analysis for eBird has really been spearheaded by Daniel Fink, and with a lot of help from Allie Johnson and Matt Strimus-Mackey and the whole team here at the Center for Avian Population Studies. So I'm going to do a little bit of what John did and kind of just jump into the background. I think he did a good job of doing a bit of a lit search and lit review. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to give a brief, intro to eBird, what eBird is, and what we're doing, so that I can set the stage for the trend estimates that we have. So eBird collects data that are used to estimate the distribution, abundance, and trends of bird populations by collaborating with a global network of bird enthusiasts. And these numbers here are maybe a little bit old, but they're still pretty relevant. We have more than 1 billion observations. I think that's closer to 1.3 billion observations now of birds. 14 million locations, every country in the world, 10,000 species, getting close to 1 million different eBirders, and hundreds of peer-reviewed publications using eBird data over the past few years. So you can understand the scope a little bit of what eBird is and what we're trying to do. What data do we collect? So I'm assuming that not everybody here is an eBird. I'm assuming some folks are. So I'll just give a brief overview. We have a mobile app that you can take into the field and start to collect data. And that, the core components here are the when, the where, the what. So date, location, list of birds with counts, and we have up-to-date taxonomies. If you use the mobile app and allow tracking, you can see here that we can get a very detailed record of where you went birding and where the birds you saw were, which later is very important when we connect that with environmental covariates. We also have some information about the how. So what were you traveling? Were you stationary? When did you start? How long were you out? How far did you go? How many people were with you? And then also very important is this notion of a complete list of birds. This is really how the eBird analysis framework gets a lot of its strength, and that's users telling us that they are reporting everything that they identified. So we get both presence information and we get absence information, or at least we can infer a certain amount of absence if people didn't detect it. Detection is always going to be imperfect, but we do our best to account for that down the road. But what you're seeing here that's different than the breeding bird survey is that we call this semi-structured data, right? The breeding bird survey has a specific protocol that everybody follows as closely as possible every year. We let people go when and where they want, and allow some freedom in terms of their movement and duration. But we keep track of that information, which allows us to account for it more in the future. So this produces an enormous amount of data. This map is hotspots of where we have information across the globe. We have more than 90 million hours of effort in the field, which is just an enormous amount of data. We have it took about 7 million hours to build the Empire State Building. So you can imagine how much more data we have than that effort took. It's pretty remarkable. That's not to say that having this much data isn't also somewhat challenging. That semi-structured data is an issue, but understanding the ecological processes behind where the birds are is a bit of a challenge. And then there's that observation process. I think John alluded to a number of these factors, but people's behavior changes through time and space, right? Not every birder is the same. Not everybody birds the same way. It can change throughout the year. It can change across time, right? People lose their hearing. And these ecological processes also change through time. As John noted, the phenological advancement of the bluebird detectability along routes may have an impact or may not have an impact on their detectability. So these are all challenges that we need to deal with. And then we also need to scale this. The goal of the eBird project is to do this for all species globally eventually, right? And right now, most of our data is very strong in the Western Hemisphere, Europe. But we need to scale these analyses so that we can cover as much space and time as possible. We do this through what are traditionally known as species distribution models. And what we're doing is we're taking all of those eBird observations and we're combining them with information about the landscape. And so some examples here are topography and habitat and use, land cover, land use. And then that information that I described about the observation process is also included in there. And then we put this into a machine learning framework that can learn those relationships between where the birds are on the ground and what the environmental data say and what the observation process was. And so at a high level, what this does is it lets us fill gaps, right? eBirders cannot be in all locations at all times. And it lets us make predictions at unsampled locations and times by learning what's going on nearby. And then we can remove some of the bias associated with the observation process because we have, an understanding of the observers, their skill level, and what they're doing when they get up birding. And so this whole process is wrapped up in something that we call eBird status and trends, which if you go to our website, you can find, and I'll give a little demo of it later. But the main goal of, there's some really core products that we want to produce in eBird status and trends, and we're kind of honing this in a little bit, right? We want to understand the range boundaries of different species, and this is kind of a snapshot in time. Where are they now? We want to understand the relative abundance, right? And this is kind of a transformation from a lot of species distribution models that just attempt to estimate occurrence rates. But so we actually want to try to understand how many birds you would expect to encounter with eBird data, which is, possible thanks to people entering the counts that they see when they go birding. And then, relevant here and something that's going to be more prominent for us soon is information on trends in that relative abundance. And I'm going to talk about that at most. I'm going to give a non-bluebird example here so you don't get too distracted. Let's see if this will play. I think probably a lot of folks have seen these full annual cycle animations, but the primary product that we produce from the eBird Status and Trends project are these estimates of relative abundance at a fine temporal, weekly, and spatial scale. So each one of these little tiny dots on the screen is a 3 kilometer by 3 kilometer pixel. And yellow, orange colors represent lower relative abundance, and dark purple, blue colors indicate higher relative abundance. And this is the key information that we're estimating. These are where we're filling the gaps and accounting for the variation in the observation process as best we can. And then from this information, we can derive a few other products. That's not what I wanted to do. Here we go. Okay. So in the top left, we've abstracted that to a seasonal range map, kind of traditionally as you would see in a field guide. Red is breeding season, blue is non-breeding, and then in between there are migration periods. We can take that a step further and put that abundance information in there so we can really see where the core abundance parts of a species range are. And then on the right here, this is, I think, what is the latest greatest for us is the trend information, and I'll break this down a little bit more, but I want to set it up in a little bit more detail here. So I don't need to go into a lot of this, but what John showed is that there are these estimates at regional scales, right? States or provinces or bird conservation regions here. This is kind of the status quo in the field. And so what you're looking at here are these are eBird trend estimates, but they are aggregated at that regional scale. It's for the period of 2007 through 2019 for Warbling Vireo. Increasing is blue, decreasing is red. The darker the color, the stronger that trend. And while this is really informative at this scale, it's also valuable to break this down and try to understand what's going on, because some of these regions are large. We know that they're probably not increasing at the same rate, homogenously throughout these regions. And so we want to delve in. And so that's really one of the primary goals of the eBird trends here, is to provide landscape scale information about trends. So each dot, each pixel, small dot you're seeing on the map here, it represents a 27 kilometer by 27 kilometer region or pixel, and we represent them as circles. We're estimating a trend over that period of 2000 through 2019. I'll show you some more up-to-date examples later. But again, same situation here where that color, the darker it is, the stronger the trend is. Red is decrease, blue is increase. And but what you do see here immediately is that there is quite a bit of regional detail within these places, right? Entire BCRs may or may not be increasing or decreasing. In the Pacific Northwest, yes, there is, kind of broad scale decline throughout the western forests, but, throughout the Midwest and throughout the East, there's actually varying patterns there that can reveal more information than we would have had if we looked at it at a coarse level. And so we think this has a lot of potential to help activate conservation action on the ground, because we can learn where species are doing well, specifically, and poorly. And so there's a the methodology behind this. I'm not going to go into it at the level that John did, partly because I'm not the person that designed the methodology, although I do understand it probably third well among all of the people on our team. Is similar to our other machine learning process, but we call this double machine learning. And there's a paper which actually I can link to everybody. I didn't include it's on a preprint server now. It's been submitted to a journal. It's a methods paper about this trends methodology, where we use what we call double machine learning. And that sounds a little silly, but basically, one of the primary issues with eBird data is that change in where people are going through time, and then how the observers are changing through time, or how the observation pool is changing through time. So in a traditional species distribution model, you put all these covariates on the left in, and you would try to estimate relative abundance. But what we're doing with double machine learning is actually trying to estimate the propensity of what people are doing. We're trying to basically create a model where we can predict the year of a checklist without any information about the birds on it. We're trying to account for that variation in what people are doing first, so that noise is not in the trend model. And it doesn't work perfectly, but it does work pretty well, to the point that we're very confident in it. And so that's the double machine learning part. First, we model out that variation in change over time about the observation process, and then we model the change through time in the bird populations. And this stuff comes actually from the econometrics field. It's also known as causal machine learning, and I'll talk about that more at the end, the causal part about that specifically. But a number of years ago, it won Nobel Prizes for being able to conduct natural experiments, right? Which is kind of what we're doing here when we're observing bird populations. We're observing a natural process taking place, and we want to understand it without the bias of the observers, if we can. And so, yeah, we could run these models. How do we know it's working, and how do we know it's going well? And so that's the second part of this methodology that kind of lets us know that we're doing okay. It also gives us some metrics related to this. And so I'm going to put this example up right now. I'm going to bring up some parts of this later, but basically what we do, and it's a little complicated, but we do computer simulations. And what we're doing here is we are taking real eBird data for each species, and we're generating synthetic data from that. So we're training another model to learn what eBird data looks like, but we're adding, for a whole suite of scenarios, different scenarios, we're adding known trends to that synthetic data, so that when we feed it through our model, we can see how well the model can extract that known pattern. And so here, what you're looking at on the left is our model's estimate, and on the right is that simulated data. And so you can see in this is a spatially heterogeneous example. We've created these regions where, grasslands are declining and, say, forests are increasing for this synthetic example. And on the left, how well did the model do? The white areas represent places where the model couldn't quite figure out whether it was increasing or decreasing, which isn't a surprise at those boundaries between those two regions. But this is an example where the model did a good job of recovering that signal. And so we've done this for a whole host of scenarios. We've done it for very strong trends. We've done it for medium trends. We've done it for weak trends in both directions. And I'll break that down when we look at the model, the Mountain Bluebird example, because it does give us a little bit of information about the strength of our results. I'm sure everybody at this point is probably wondering, well, how do your trend results compare to something like Breeding Bird Survey? And we have done some of this. These are from a previous set of results. On the x-axis here is the eBird estimated trend at that BCR level. On the y-axis is the BBS estimated BCR trend, and we have to really thank John here for collaborating on this, since he provided us a specific format of the BBS results over our same time period, so that we could compare these. And overall, that R squared, that correlation isn't the best, but we've also broken this chart here down by the quality, so that you can see the bins from lowest to highest are different quality levels of our results, right? BBS has their stoplight system for their quality scores within each BCR and species. eBird, we developed similar metrics. And so overall of these different quality levels, that R squared is pretty low. But if you do look where both Breeding Bird Survey and eBird have their highest quality results, we're getting better with an R squared of 0.47. So it is promising that there is some similarity. But when you try to really dig into the comparison between these, there's so many known differences between how BBS works and how eBird works that it's very, very difficult, in my opinion, to directly compare them in a lot of ways. And so here's some examples. We have different analytical methods based on hierarchical models on BBS's side. We're using this newer causal machine learning. BBS data is structured and it's repeated. eBird is not. It's semi-structured. It's not necessarily repeated. BBS have more uniform observers, but there are less of them. We have more variable observers in eBird, but we have a lot more of them. There's some biases related to availability for detection, right? And John, I think, hinted at a little bit of this with his analysis of the bluebird phenology timing. But BBS runs for a certain time period during June. Not all species are best available for detection during those time windows. eBirders can go birding all year round. But one I want to dive into a little bit is the spatial coverage, right? We know that BBS is a roadside bias survey. eBird is where people are, so it's somewhat urban biased. And so I want to just dive into a little bit about that to talk about the complementarity of the two surveys, because we certainly at eBird don't see our trends as a replacement, but as a complementary product. And so to do that, I just want to, remind folks of what one of our, core products here. This is our estimates for relative abundance during the breeding season of Mountain Bluebird throughout their western range here. The darker the red, the higher abundance, the paler the color, the lower the relative abundance during the breeding season, again, in the species. And so what we're going to do in the next slide is look within this region and compare the coverage of habitats by eBird versus BBS. And so this is something I worked on for a presentation at AOS this summer. We're really trying to understand where, there might be more information from one survey or the other. And so areas on the map here that are darker brown are going to have more breeding bird survey coverage, whereas areas that are darker green are going to have more eBird coverage. And so what we've done here is we've taken a model where we've taken the breeding bird survey routes and we've taken the eBird data, and we've taken our environmental covariates and we've built a model to try to predict which is more likely to have captured the information in that region. You can, if you really zoom in on this, you can see the BBS routes in the darkest brown. There's a little bit of a bias here because in calculating this, I've assumed that every BBS route got run every year from 2007 to 2019. We know that's not true, so this might be a little on the favorable side for the breeding bird survey. But it's interesting to see with a species like Mountain Bluebird, overall, I actually think that the coverage is somewhat fairly balanced. There are some obvious areas here where the breeding bird survey might have more information about the species. That would be Wyoming and the Canadian prairie provinces. And then there are other places, likely higher altitude places throughout Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, the Pacific Northwest, and Colorado, where it's hard for roads to go, and eBirders are likely getting to places that roads can't, and so we may have a little bit better coverage in those places. But again, just something to keep in mind in terms of the complementarity of the two surveys. Keep in mind that prairie region of Canada, because we'll come back to that one in a few minutes. So without further ado there, with that kind of complementarity in mind, I don't think our trends, well, that's too bad. I had a slide. Here we go. I don't think our models are saying too much different. So these are fresh out of the box results from 2007 through 2021 for Mountain Bluebird. And to break down our trends here a little bit, again, those dots are colored by the trend. Red is decline, blue is increase. The larger the dot, that's the relative abundance from our 2021 estimate for relative abundance. And then the darker the red, the stronger it is. And so over this period of 2007 to 2021, we're looking at a range-wide abundance weighted trend of negative 34% over that period, with the confidence intervals defining that as negative 49% to negative 15%. So our models are fairly confident the species is declining and declining pretty significantly, having declined 34% over that period. There are, you will notice, a few white dots on this map. What's going on there is that our confidence intervals over this period are crossing zero. And so a model is not highly confident that it knows the direction of the trend in those locations. It could be near zero, or it could just be very noisy. And so we kind of mask those out. We can remove that mask and see all of the trends, with that knowledge that things aren't necessarily certain in all of these places, but it does light up maybe some areas of increase in British Columbia that we didn't see in the other map. I want to jump into the diagnostics for this just a little bit. This is a little bit wonky, but here's all of those scenarios that I described. There's kind of two pairs here. So the leftmost column is an estimate. The second leftmost column is a simulation. The third column from the left is an estimate. And again, the rightmost is a simulation. I'm going to break down these a little bit, but the R squared between our model and the simulations was 0.88. This is extremely high. The model does a very good job of recovering these simulated trends for Mountain Bluebird. So we have high confidence that our estimates on the whole are fairly accurate. We also have a very high confidence in trends that are greater than 2.2% per year. It's kind of a threshold where we're looking at error rates. And so, considering how strong these trends are, we're very confident again in those high trends that we're seeing on the map. If we look at the diagnostics, again, here's these two pairs. These are two on the left pair and on the right a pair of kind of a neutral scenario, right, where we've just got noise. We can see that in general, the model kind of reproduces noise as well, but maybe not so much in those Canadian prairie provinces. There's kind of generating a stronger false increase or false increase and decrease, which we don't see when we look at what we call spatially constant scenarios that are the left two here. Again, they look similar, so they're doing very well. If you do look at the constantly increasing scenario here in the top left, again, we're seeing a little bit of a bias towards a stronger increase there than the model simulated just to the right of that area circled in red. And so probably want to just couch our Canadian prairie province results as maybe being a little bit weaker, which is understandable because the relative abundance there is lower. So the bottom line here, high confidence in these results. And we're seeing a significant amount of decline. One of the other things that we're also working on, and this is experimental, we're still doing research on this, is generating those trajectories. So an index, much like what John showed. This is from, again, a previous analysis last year. So it only runs through 2020, but this is looking at an index, looking back from 2020. You can see those confidence intervals grow as we move further back in time. But that since 2015, we're fairly starting to hone in on the fact that there's been a very strong decline, again, range wide for Mountain Bluebird since 2015. I want to just jump out real quick. See if I get this right. Yes. Okay. Let me change my screen share a minute. Okay. Everybody see the Mountain Bluebird global map, bigger map here? Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so this is our eBird status and trends website. If you go to the science tab on the eBird page, this is not live right now. I'm showing a demo. This is going to be out on November 9th. If you do go to this eBird status and trends part and type in your species, you will get this view right now. This is available live on the website right now. It doesn't have the pretty globe, but these are relative abundance estimates for Mountain Bluebird. You can zoom in and toggle on and off different seasons. Look at those relative abundance estimates, the number of birds you would expect to encounter on a random 1 kilometer, 1 hour walk in that pixel. But the thing that's exciting that we're about to release again are these trends. And so we have a nice visualization for this as well. And what's nice about this is that you can dive in specifically to a particular location for the species and extract specific numbers and those confidence intervals at those locations. So here we're seeing, again, that these dark red dots throughout the core of the range are about 40 to 50% decrease over that period of 2007 through 2021. Also lets you look at that, those areas where there's maybe less certainty. We can see here that the estimate at this pixel is crossing 0. And so we mark that as not significantly different as 0, but again, you can also untoggle that and look at those if you want to. So again, November, probably let's say November 10th, this will be available on the website if you want to dive in on that. All right, let me jump back to my PowerPoint here real quick. You know, everybody, you know, as John kind of highlighted, wants to know why are these trends happening like this? You know, I think John kind of put the bullets out there. There's a lot of, you know, thought that this is related to these extreme weather events, especially, you know, when I talk to some folks on our end, they think, you know, that there's definitely a lot going on in terms of that return to the breeding season and these really strong fluctuations between really cold and really hot weather, these extreme events early in the breeding season for Mountain Bluebird that are impacting them. It seems like, you know, you all are pretty well tuned into that. But one of these things, you know, that when we are working on these methods, you know, these are fairly new methods for us. So we're kind of just trying to get on board to, you know, produce this for lots of species at a high spatial resolution. There's so much more that could be done. I think John alluded to this in terms of really trying to bring together different data sets and understand the really detailed why of what's going on. You know, one of the benefits of the eBird trends is that we do incorporate habitat information over time in our models. And so we have a pretty good handle on those sorts of changes and how they might be impacting species. And I'll give an example of that. But we could also be adding information, you know, about pesticides, if there were pesticide application information through time, if there was climate information that we put into our trends models, we could extract that. And so just keep that in mind as I walk through this example, which is not about Mountain Bluebird, but is an example of how we can look at that information through this causal learning process that's in the model. So the causal, you know, machine learning that we're doing, the double machine learning, we've just produced trends, but you could also, you know, if you invest the time and effort in the method, and it requires digging around in the guts of the model a bit, extract a lot more interesting information that's management relevant. So in this example here, we're looking at 4 different sagebrush obligate species, sage grouse, spruce sparrow, sagebrush sparrow, and sage thrasher. If we combine their trends together, you know, you see some really dark red. These are a little older results, a little bit different visualization, but we see a really strong decline, you know, in Montana, Wyoming, Washington areas across these 4 species. We know that this ecosystem is in peril, and so we kind of want to know why. We want to dig into the ecology a little bit. We know that one of the issues is that exotic grasses like cheatgrasses threaten these ecosystems and you know, contribute to the declines to the obligate species. Mountain Bluebird isn't an obligate in the sage habitat, but these 4 are. And so what we can actually, so this is one of those examples where we actually went in and kind of dug around in the guts of the model and learned that for every 10% increase in the coverage of exotic grass, sagebrush bird populations decreased by about 0.5% a year. And what's really interesting about this is because it gives us a lot of precision And it allows us to predict how changes in the environment are going to impact the community. We can do it at a very high resolution of 27 kilometers across the entire range. But it also gives us an opportunity to measure the impact that doing cheatgrass removal and sagebrush restoration, where it's going to have the most impact. We can actually predict a population increase after a certain amount of restoration and hone in on those target areas, so we can get to a notion of precision conservation here. The map on the right, the really bright yellow areas are where we're going to get the biggest bang for a buck, the most population increase out of removing cheatgrass and doing sagebrush restoration. So this is a kind of a new way to think about it. You know, in this context, this is a place where pulling in climate variables or pulling in pesticide information or other climate variables, you know, hypotheses that people have, and then dig around in the guts of the model and try to calculate some estimates like this. You know, where are climate fluctuations causing the biggest decrease, or something like that? Where would certain types of habitat restoration maybe be the strongest? So plenty of opportunity there. And again, also, as John said, you know, data integration, trying to get to demographic models where we can bring in MAPS data, eBird data, BBS data, banding data. There's a lot of potential there to really understand what's going on with the species when we can integrate across all those different data sets. I'll just wrap up here with the other bluebirds, just as John did. I'm sure everybody's interested. This is our current estimate from 2007 through 2021 for Eastern Bluebird. I think John's trend line kind of also showed an interesting similar decline that potentially here we're showing very strong decline in the western half of the species range. And that's an area that's maybe more susceptible to some of these strong seasonal effects. And as opposed to in the east, we're seeing a bit of increase on the eastern seaboard. And then Western Bluebird, maybe a more gradual decline, some parts of the range here. Interior, Four Corners region, pretty strong, but Arizona and New Mexico, maybe a little less strong decline. Same with California, maybe more near zero. Looks like there's some increase coastally with Western Bluebird there. Don't have any breakdown with that, but at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions and dig into any details.
Hi, Tom. This is Jill.
Hey, Jill.
We have a couple of questions for you. The first one that I saw was one of our participants was curious to know how many of us on this call actually use eBird. And I think we'll probably try to take some sort of poll during our question and answer official section in the afternoon. But I don't know, Tom, on average, I don't know if you know how many people out of 100 would use eBird.
I don't know either, and I should have maybe pinged you all to get a survey out beforehand, but I think that's a great idea. We can put one out on Zoom here. And, I think with a group like this, I'd be surprised if it wasn't half or more, but it always depends on interest and demographics of people as well. So yeah, I'll be interested to see how many folks are in eBird here.
And Jillian, in addition to doing a poll later today, I mean, we can even just ask everybody right now, if everybody goes down to the reactions part of their panel and wants to either give a thumbs up or wave their hand, like that would be a quick way for everyone to quickly say, hey, I use eBird. If you all felt like doing that. I see some thumbs up coming through our attendee list and waved hands. So
clap.
Yeah, some claps. Yeah, so I'm actually seeing quite a few of those on our attendee list.
We also had, and so Dana, maybe I'll leave you to count or try to count while I go on. We have another question that was from Lisa asking, are there organizations that get volunteers to remove cheatgrass and sagebrush? I know in my region, we don't really have prairie, or maybe we did at one point, but we don't anymore. So I'm not quite sure if there are groups that organize people to go out there and get rid of some of that bad grass.
Yeah, I'm not aware of specific organizations that utilize volunteers for it, but I do know there are some specific restoration projects. I don't know who the stakeholders or organizers are specifically.
All right. Thanks, Tom. And this one is actually from me. Are there similar efforts to do eBird in other regions of the world, like Europe? Because I saw you had North and South America, which looked incredible to see the migration. And I wasn't sure if there are similar efforts on other sides of the world.
Yep, we are a global project. Let me pick a species here. So we've also are releasing some of our first trends for other parts of the world. So this is a species you can see in pale gray, ranges across India, Southeast Asia, and China, Asian quail, and we're estimating trends over that same time period throughout India, seeing some really interesting patterns. You know, we also have those estimates of relative abundance during the season. So yeah, eBird is a fully global project, and you know we have, like I said, almost 1 million participants globally. And we're growing at a pretty constant rate, 20% per year outside of the US and Canada. So it's very exciting.
All right. Thank you so much, Tom. This is incredible.
I'll ask a question. On those, if we actually wanted to measure if NABS has been interested, you know, in the effects of nest boxes, it looks like you have trends within 27, did you say, square kilometer blocks? Seems to me like we could randomly select blocks and go in and see what kind of activity we have in there to know what effect that we're having. This is not necessarily a scientific question that's a burning to the rest of the science, but we as bluebirders would like to know what impact are we having and how many bluebirds are coming out of our efforts as contrasted to natural cavities. But it seems like with the data you have there, we could actually attack that.
Yeah, and especially if you had information about monitoring those boxes or where the boxes are within those regions, you could do it within the model, but you could also potentially, look at it, on you know, from the model results to see if maybe there was a you know, an effect where the bluebirds are doing less poorly in places with boxes.
Correct. And we have someone coming up to speak next who knows something about where boxes are.
Yep.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Tom, we have another question if we have time for one more.
Yes.
All right, thanks, Bernie. From Bet, she asks, what do you think is the most useful feature of eBird? And maybe that was for the whole group, or maybe that was just for you, Tom, but I would be interested to hear your answer.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for me, I think the most useful feature is that people can take their enthusiasm for birds, go birding, use our apps and to keep track of everything. And on the other end of it, we can spit out these really wonderful, detailed, I mean, they're not wonderful, the trends aren't great, but useful, detailed estimates of relative abundance and trends that can be used in so many ways. You know, I didn't dive into a lot of the applications of eBird data, but there are a lot of people using these status and trends products to make conservation decisions throughout the Western Hemisphere. We've got a lot of partnerships with the Fish and Wildlife Service to help mitigate golden eagle loss related to power lines and wind farms. And so I think it's just it's a really great synergy in terms of people being able to, you know, go birding, and then we can use that data to help birds.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you. If that's all the questions, thank you so much, Tom. That was fascinating presentation. So if no one objects, we'll move ahead. We're 5 minutes ahead on the schedule, but I don't think that's a crime. So our next speaker is Robin Bailey, and she is also at the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. Robin Bailey is the project leader for NestWatch, a national citizen science program based at the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, where she's worked for 12 years. With her colleagues, Robin conducts research on avian nesting success using data provided by people who monitor nest boxes and other nests as well. Her research efforts are focused on unraveling the biology of nesting birds and learning how they sustain their population. She feels honored to be leading this effort, which was initiated actually by the Cornell Laboratory some 60 years ago. The long-term database that she manages is the nation's richest source of information on avian reproductive biology. The work's been published in academic journals, magazines, and other media. Robin is a certified wildlife biologist, and for her graduate work, she studied endangered rattlesnakes in the state of Michigan. She holds a BA
Sweetie.
field biology from Huntington College, and an MS in fisheries and wildlife from Michigan State University. The title of Robin's talk today is "What Can We Learn About the Mountain Bluebirds from Nestwatch?" So Robin, thank you.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen. And did I get the right one? The full screen Bluebirds?
Looks like it.
Okay.
Looks great.
Now I just have to get the Zoom out of the way. Perfect. Okay, if everyone can see my screen and hear me, I'll get started. Thank you everyone so much for the opportunity to talk about Nestwatch and what it can tell us about mountain bluebirds. Thank you also to North American Bluebird Society for hosting this meeting. And last but not least, I would like to start by thanking the nest watchers who have contributed both data and all the photos that I'll be using in this presentation. And as you can probably tell, we're continuing the theme of citizen science, as all of the previous talks and this one have been underpinned by the voluntary efforts of just people who care about birds monitoring them. So a big thank you to everyone who's ever participated in Nestwatch. So today I'll be covering some basic background on Nestwatch. Then I'll talk about some data findings that can address some questions we might ask about mountain bluebirds. And then I'll end with some ways that you can get involved or help out. And before I tell you about Nestwatch, I need to start a little further back to the days before the internet. The Cornell Lab of Ornithology initiated the North American Nest Record Card program back in 1965 as one of its oldest citizen science projects. People at that time would send in data about birds' nests on these paper cards from all across the US for scientists here at the lab to use. And some of the major concerns at that time were threats like DDT and pesticides, habitat loss due to urbanization, and there was still a lot of basic nesting information that was still unknown and needed to be documented, such as incubation periods and breeding seasons for just common birds. They weren't well known back then. So this program was initiated to answer those questions. And if you fast forward to today, the North American Nest Record Card program is now simply called Nestwatch, which is, I think, much easier to say and a much catchier title. There are, of course, no more paper cards being mailed back and forth. Today, we have a website and a mobile app that allow people like you, citizen scientists and bird enthusiasts, to submit data from anywhere in the world. There are some rare and special cases of sites that have been continuously monitored from that nest record card era right up through today. So the photo on the top left is a photo of one of our special sites. This is in Montana on a Montana bluebird trail that has been maintained and monitored continuously since about 1969. And pictured in that photo on the left is the late Mary Geis and actually Luann Harris, who is on the call. I saw some questions coming in from Luann, so good to see you here, Luann. So we have continued this rich tradition of nest box monitoring that has been popular and going on in the U.S. for almost 60 years. Well, bluebirding and nest box monitoring has been going on longer than that, but the program itself started officially back in 1965. So we have some of this, rich long-term history. And today people can participate with their phone or their computer. And the nest monitoring protocol hasn't actually changed all that much. Today we're using protocols that are very similar to the original program. So sometime in the late 1990s, it became known as the Birdhouse Network for a short while, but eventually the name was changed to NestWatch to reflect the fact that data were needed for more than just cavity nesting species. NestWatch continues to this day as a long-term nest monitoring citizen science project with a rich history. And while it is not limited to cavity nesting birds, those are certainly the most popular species for people to report. But that being said, you can report other species that you find like mourning doves, American robins, those barn swallows, killdeer, really anything that you find, you can report it to NestWatch. But nest boxes are, as I said earlier, one of the most popular ways that people participate because it's pretty easy to put up a nest box and attract birds to a property. So we have to date more than 55 years of nesting data. More than 500,000 digital nest attempts have been recorded in our database, all submitted by birdwatchers who have been informed about best practices for checking nests and the NestWatch protocol. More than 130 scientific publications involving these data have been published to date. I sort of stopped counting, so that number is pretty outdated now, but I haven't been keeping good track of how many there are. And one of the things that is kind of similar to eBird is that volunteers can monitor whichever properties are of interest to them, so they can go wherever they like, and they can monitor species that are of interest to them. And there is no requirement that you try to find, every bird nest in an area, or that you need to report all the species that you see. So you can just report the ones that you happen to find and that you're interested in. So for many people, that means they might have a special species that they care about, like, somebody was mentioning American kestrels, obviously bluebirds, purple martins, whatever your thing is, you can monitor it. In return, we help people manage their data and we provide some useful online resources. So to help illustrate the kind of data that NestWatch collects, consider this diagram of a hypothetical nest site. I think maybe you can see my mouse. In this example, the nest site is a nest box. And it doesn't have to be, but in this example, let's just say it is a nest box and we find an Eastern Bluebird nest and we start monitoring it. What we're going to do is monitor that nest through its completion. So we're going to visit it several times until there's an outcome, a success or failure. And these are visits where we are recording the date, so we know exactly when this nest is happening. And then later, let's say in this example, a tree swallow comes in and uses this same nest box, we would create a new nesting record for this nest attempt, which is a distinct nest attempt. And we're going to be reporting on things like number of eggs, the number of young, fledglings, hatch dates, first egg dates, outcome, of course, the location, the species, and any other details that people can capture about it. And these data can be linked to environmental covariates that would help explain the outcomes of the breeding attempt. So just kind of keeping in mind that the nest site can be reused from year to year. So if it's a nest box, you can enter it one time and then just keep adding these distinct nest attempts to it. You can have multiple ones per year, or you can have one a year for 20 years. But this is sort of how the data are structured underneath. So looking at it from a participant standpoint, this is sort of what it looks like. This slide is meant to show you how we collect high quality data with the help of participants. They're asked to follow a protocol, and you can do that by using the official data sheet or stepping through the NestWatch app. You'll notice that the protocol is to continue checking the nest every 3 to 5 days to report on the progress of the nest. If you can only go once a week, that's fine too. That's okay. Partial data are fine. And with repeated visit data to the nest, this enables us to calculate nest success and causes mortality for each species across its range. And ideally, we would be able to catch things like the first egg date and the hatch date, but it isn't always perfect. And sometimes you don't find a nest until it's already hatched, or you might not find it until there's nestlings ready to fledge. So, that happens. People go on vacation and they miss the end of the nest and can't tell how it ended. These things happen. So this is an idealized version of how you would monitor. But as I said earlier, partial data is welcome because many analyses do not require the full complement of data for a particular scientific question. So we always encourage people to go ahead and submit as much as they can. And the more you submit, the better, obviously, but it is sort of asking a lot. So that's why we say partial data is okay too. Okay. So one of the best benefits, I think, for participants is that we keep track of their data permanently forever. So there's no worry about losing your data. Now, I hear these kind of horror stories about people that lose their data books, or they have a relative who kept data for 15 years and then passed away and nobody ever digitized that data. So we don't have to worry about losing our data with NestWatch. And it's interesting that people can do all kinds of things with their own data. You also can view your own maps and your own data. So once you put it into NestWatch, it doesn't disappear forever. So you can find out which boxes. This is just a kind of an ugly screenshot of a data report, but you can download data reports from the website and look at your own numbers over the years. And our website spits out a little report that tells you, how many nestlings and how many fledglings, eggs, and what their hatch rates were for each species. And kind of gives you some very simple statistics that are easy to understand. And you can look at that yourself and figure out which of my boxes are the most productive or which ones are not being used or being avoided. And you can download that report, dive in, and look at all kinds of calculations to your heart's desire. I like this kind of thing, looking at my own trails. But this is one of the benefits for people to be able to actually look with their specific site expertise at their location and figure out what's going on, in addition to contributing to the larger scientific analyses that are going on. So that's my spiel about what NestWatch is and how the data are collected. So I will transition now to some of the data summaries, starting with just a basic look at where they're coming from and how much data we have for Mountain Bluebird. The last time I counted, which was pretty recently, but it does change every day, we had 20,529 records for Mountain Bluebirds. We do know that's the least populous of the 3 bluebird species, so that's drastically fewer than we get for Eastern Bluebirds and Western Bluebirds, but it's still quite a lot. You'll notice from the map here, this is the map of where these Mountain Bluebirds are, that they cover a pretty wide area, not everywhere that Mountain Bluebirds are known to nest, but they do cover a pretty good range of latitudes from the breeding range. And these reports are mostly coming from nest boxes. About 96% of reports were from nest boxes. And the number of reports are increasing per year. We get somewhere in the neighborhood of between 1,000 and 1,400 nest reports per year for Mountain Bluebird in the most recent years. I do want to point out that with funding from NABS, we were able to digitize all of the paper Bluebird collections that I was mentioning earlier. We were able to upload almost 3,000 Mountain Bluebird cards. So that means that we do have those historic data into the database now. And the Western Bluebirds have also been uploaded. The Eastern Bluebirds are still in progress because that is a much larger data set, and those are still being kind of converted. They're in that process of being converted from paper data into actual usable nest records. So we're 2 out of 3 species so far with help from NABS on that project. So that's great. Okay, so now I'm going to move into some specific kinds of questions that we can answer with NestWatch data. Now, unlike the previous 2 speakers, who are focused on trends, NestWatch isn't a project that is designed to look at trends of how many bluebirds there are or how many birds there are in general. We're really looking at nesting data. So some of the kinds of questions that are of interest to us are like, getting more at that why. Both John and Tom talked about the why behind these trends, and NestWatch would love to be able to answer some of those questions. And I particularly like to research things that are of interest to the NestWatch community. One of the things that I hear people talking about a lot is house sparrows and whether or not they're a problem. You probably know they compete for nest boxes and are capable of taking over an occupied nest, even killing eggs or young nestlings, possibly even adults. So I wanted to kind of start with this question and take a look at some of the data that we have. In 2020, some colleagues and I published a study of nest box monitors in the US and Canada, and this study was aimed at finding out how many people were experiencing nest losses to house sparrows and European starlings. And based on the responses that people gave, we expected about 8 to 9% of bluebird nests to be failing due to house sparrow. I'm going to call it usurpation. They got their nest taken over or usurped. So hopefully you can see my mouse. We broke it out by many different species, but because it was a survey of people all over the US and Canada. We just asked them to aggregate their bluebirds together. And if you look at that far right column, there's very few European starlings because of hopefully good nest box design. So the house sparrows are the main issue there. And we expected to see about 8 or 9% of bluebird nests being taken over by house sparrows. Because of that survey finding, we added an option in NestWatch for people to tell us if another bird has taken over the nest they're monitoring. And if so, which species did the taking over? And although we have many decades of data, as I mentioned, because we recently added this question, I filtered the years by 2020 to 2022 to look at only those years in which it was possible for people to report which species took over the nest they're monitoring. And as you can see, most nests are successful. The leading cause of nest failure for mountain bluebirds, according to NestWatch data, is that the eggs just didn't hatch. Predators account for about 5.4% of outcomes, and nests being taken over by another species account for 1.4%, with cowbirds rarely ever taking over mountain bluebird nest. This is just a very simple breakdown. No fancy statistics here, just looking at how many of these are actually caused by house sparrows. And it's important to remember that, as we saw in the previous slide, nests being lost to usurpation are a small overall percentage of the total nest outcomes that were reported, less than 2%. But since we do have data on it, we can take a look at who they're losing their nests to and who the culprits might be. And in 44% of the cases, folks did not know the species or didn't notice that they could tell us. So we'll look at the 55% that could identify it or did manage to report it. And the number one, I hate to call it a culprit because they're such delightful birds, was the tree swallows that are actually experiencing more competition from tree swallows. And second place was the house wren in terms of taking over their nests. And nests being lost to non-native house sparrows are tied for third at 4% with violet green swallow and western bluebird. So that makes them responsible for about 0.03% of these total nest outcomes. And it's nowhere near what was predicted by that survey when we were expecting to see numbers like 8 to 9% of nests being taken over. And again, this is based only on the last 3 years of data, but it was still several thousand nests. So, maybe 3,000 nests went into this analysis. So it's not a common occurrence for birds to lose their nests to house sparrows. Tree swallows are actually much more competitive. And that is not by any means to demonize tree swallows. As John mentioned, they are aerial insectivores, and that entire guild of birds is declining. They're in a long-term state of decline. So that doesn't mean that we should, not try to accommodate them and appreciate and enjoy them, because they are certainly in need of conservation attention as well. It's just to point out that there may be some ecological things that are changing in the world that are, causing this to happen. And we'll talk about that a little bit later too. Okay, I have some hypotheses for why house sparrows don't seem to be a major problem for the mountain bluebirds, at least not as reported in this data set. And the first hypothesis is that nest watchers are probably savvy enough that they don't place the boxes in house sparrow dense areas. That's a possibility. Another option is that maybe they do place the boxes in house sparrow areas, but they manage the house sparrows aggressively. We do see in the NestWatch data that house sparrows have very low breeding success. That is an artifact of the way people manage house sparrows. I'm sure out in the wild, their breeding success is not very low, but it looks very low in NestWatch because people are very aggressive about managing them. A third option is that house sparrows are potentially nesting earlier than mountain bluebirds and preventing them from using the nest boxes. In NestWatch, participants only report on a nest once it starts happening. They don't report on a nest that never happened. So if a house sparrow outcompetes a bluebird for a box and gets that box and uses it before the mountain bluebird can nest, it's almost like the mountain bluebird nest never happened, so it didn't get counted. And so if it didn't get counted, it didn't fail. So that's, I hope that logic makes sense, but it could just be a way that, you know, Nestwatch records nests and not you know, claims or previous use of the box by the bluebirds. So, you know, it only counts if the bluebird actually lost its nest. So these are just a few of my hypotheses, and I know many of you have a lot of experience in this area. You can feel free to put your hypotheses or questions in the chat, maybe experiencing something different from what our data show. And I expect that probably many of you are, based on that survey that we sent out, which seemed to indicate that this was a higher level problem than what it is looking like in the Nestwatch data since we've added this question. So that was kind of my wrap up there. I don't have too much more to say about that, just because it is a recent addition to Nestwatch, and we haven't published anything in that area yet. So another question that we've been getting recently, especially with all the heat waves that are happening, is about extreme heat events. And if you recall, June 27th to July 4th of 2021, the northwestern US and adjacent parts of Canada experienced this excessive heat period. And many nest watchers wrote in to ask if this would negatively impact nesting birds, particularly those in boxes where that heat might build up and trap those birds in there. And so this is something that I did a brief look into to try to answer that question. We did get a few anecdotal reports of birds dying in nest boxes because of the heat, but this was not reflected in the data. Mountain Bluebird actually had a particularly higher than average year in terms of nesting success for 2021, despite that heat wave. And looking specifically at the heat wave period, so they had a higher than average year or season. But when I narrowed the window of analysis down to that specific week and birds that were nesting in boxes, combining all data for box nesting species together, I found that hatch rate and fledge rate for that year were not different from the previous 2 years for that same approximately 1 week period. And I apologize that this graph isn't very good. The contrast on it isn't very high, but you know, we want to compare across these kind of peachy colored lines and compare the darker orange across, but not one to the other. So we can see that hatching rate is actually pretty similar, not very different from 1 year to the next, and the same was true for fledge rate. And there were relatively few nests that fell in that window. So there might have been a situation where either people weren't reporting that late in the year, you know, it was July 4th, people might have been, you know, done with their monitoring by that time. You know, John said something that was interesting. I made a note of it earlier about an earlier cessation of breeding, and I didn't think about that. And I made a note of that. That's an interesting thought, that they could be stopping their breeding earlier. I don't have any data. I mean, I have data, but I didn't look at that question. So, you know, that's a great hypothesis for why maybe they weren't dying in these mass numbers, but we just didn't see in the data those massive die-offs that people thought would be happening based on the heat wave. So I'm moving through these relatively quickly. I don't apologize for that. I'm not going into too much depth because I just wanted to kind of get through a lot of these case studies. And another thought that did occur to me was, you know, with these warming temperatures, bluebirders might be asking, you know, are mountain bluebirds shifting their nesting to be earlier? Several studies, including this one based on Nestwatch data, have shown species like Eastern Bluebird, tree swallows, and purple martin to be advancing their egg-laying dates to keep pace with the earlier emergence of aquatic and terrestrial insects. In this study, the authors, I was not involved in this study personally, but the authors of this study we're showing that in the Northeast, anyway, this is a Northeastern paper. We can see that it's shifting. I'm sorry, my Zoom might be covering it up for some of you, but it's covering it up for me. I don't think it is for you, but hopefully you can see at the top, there's these arrows that are showing that birds are nesting earlier. Hopefully you can see that. It's kind of covered up for me, unfortunately. And comparably, aquatic insects and terrestrial insects were also emerging earlier. So we can see that at least for some birds that eat insects, they're nesting earlier to try to keep pace with the emergence of those insects. Okay, so one of the things that I did was examine laying date while taking into account latitude, longitude, elevation, and year as factors that would affect laying date. I specifically filtered the data to avoid second clutches or late clutches by restricting the analysis to nests that started before June 1st. According to the literature, most nests have started by June 1st. So that was the kind of cutoff point. We didn't want late nests because we're looking at whether birds are nesting earlier. So we wanted to try to limit that to the first time nesting in the year. And I included 26 years of data in this model, but not those historic nest record cards, not yet. So again, I apologize, this is another ugly graph. I didn't have a lot of time to make them prettier, but using the modeled predictions of lay date for a given latitude, longitude, and elevation, here is the graph showing the directionality of the predicted values of lay date over time. So this is the day of the year on the y-axis, and this is 26 years kind of compressed into these intervals. But over that 26-year period, you can see that the line is not particularly steep, and it's actually not going down. So it's not trending downward, which would indicate earlier laying. So in this model, year was not a significant predictor of laying date, but latitude and elevation were. And I thought it was interesting that John also mentioned looking for temporal patterns in the timing of what he called visibility and phenology, phenology being the study of when things occur, and found that it wasn't changing. So I made a note of that too. That's really interesting, John. Maybe we can collaborate on some studies here, but what that means is that what John saw and what I'm seeing is consistent, and that they're not shifting their nesting to be earlier, at least as far as what I can see in the data. So, we know that some species like tree swallows and purple martins are shifting their nesting to be earlier. Why might laying date not be advancing for mountain bluebirds? And one of the explanations that has come up, and you've heard it mentioned before, is those annual variations in spring weather. That could possibly be affecting when the birds are deciding to nest. Another hypothesis is winter food availability. Nutrition in the winter can affect when females are ready to lay eggs. And one of the things I didn't include in that model was the snow depth. So snow depth could be something that would help explain, when more food is available, or just fluctuations in weather. So there are some other variables that could be more important than latitude and elevation. So winter food availability might be playing a role here. And another hypothesis could be just, again, interference competition with other species. For example, if tree swallows are a competitor and they're nesting earlier than they did before, they could be pushing back the start times for mountain bluebirds. However, you could also argue that this competition could motivate mountain bluebirds to nest earlier to try and beat the swallows. So there's really not, I don't have a ton of evidence to support that, but I was seeing some statements in the literature that they might be in this kind of race with tree swallows to get to the boxes first and try to nest before them. And if the tree swallows are shifting to be earlier, what we might expect is that the mountain bluebirds would shift earlier, but I really don't see that, at least not yet. But we could refine this technique and this approach in the future to look at that more carefully. So just some hypotheses there. And again, just moving right along. I'm kind of blowing through these studies at lightning pace to try to get through them. But this one is one that I wanted to share with you because it utilized NestWatch data. Again, this wasn't one that I was personally involved in, but this study tells us something about noise and light pollution, what these authors called sensory pollutants, on nesting birds at the continental scale. And so in this study, this was, gosh, I want to say this, maybe it came out in 2020, so this is a couple of years ago. What they did was very, very interesting because it's something that wouldn't have even been possible or imagined when that, 1965 Nest Record Card program came out. So now we have all these incredible maps of light pollution, also called brightness at night. As you can see, this map corresponds pretty well to human population density. And then, so that's one sensory pollutant that birds have to deal with now. And another is a noise level. So this is a map of noise level. The points you can kind of see overlaid on this map of the US, red and black points. These denote nest locations from NestWatch that were either successful, colored black, or unsuccessful, colored red. And also from this paper, they've shown some species on the bottom that were negatively influenced by exposure to noise or light pollution. So the top row in that part B is showing noise affected species, left to right being northern cardinal, oak titmouse, barn swallow, eastern bluebird, purple martin. On the bottom, they're showing some light pollution affected species, the white-breasted nuthatch, Carolina wren, house sparrow, house finch, and violet green swallow. Now this study looked at many more species. So this is not all of them. This is just a few representative species. You can get an idea kind of from this graphic that some species are affected by noise, some can be affected by light, possibly both or neither. So what was interesting about it is that they took 14 years of data and 142 different species. And the mountain bluebird was just one of these 142 species. And so over the 14 years with the light pollution and noise pollution data, they were able to find that mountain bluebirds were nesting just a little bit earlier due to light pollution. So let me break down this table just a little bit. On the left, you have variables that they were looking at. So clutch initiation, clutch size, clutch failure, partial hatch, and overall nest success. And what they found was no effect of noise pollution on any of these and no effect of light pollution for almost all of them except clutch initiation. So, you know, the good news here is that overall nest success was not impacted by either. So keep in mind, this is just the mountain bluebird. So they certainly did find some effects for other species. And, you know, I can talk more about that if people are interested in it, but at least for the mountain bluebird, what this study tells us is that they weren't particularly sensitive to noise and light pollution. So what does this mean? Does it mean that mountain bluebirds don't care about noise and light pollution? It may be, but not necessarily, because they were again using citizen science data from NestWatch. They didn't have access to information about, for example, the lifelong effects of, you know, sensory pollutants on birds, nor do they have any information about, you know, stress hormones that were circulating in the bloodstream of these birds. They just didn't have that because, you know, as volunteers and citizen scientists, we don't collect that kind of data. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there were no effects at all on the birds. It just means that they didn't find many effects at the reproductive level that was measured, with the exception of that earlier nesting for birds that were exposed to light pollution. And that makes sense that light pollution could trigger that because light and day length is one of the things that stimulate birds to know when it's time to nest. However, what complicates this is that earlier nesting is not generally considered to be a bad thing in breeding ecology. For example, earlier breeding is often associated with older and more experienced birds that, you know, get back to the breeding ground first and claim the best site and have more babies. So it's not necessarily considered a bad thing to be an early nester, but it might be a problem if they're exposed to, you know, early spring snowstorms or cold rain or something else that's happening earlier. On the other hand, nesting earlier might help birds avoid some heat waves. You know, we mentioned that heat wave that kind of happened at the tail end of the 2021 breeding season. So maybe by nesting somewhat earlier, you could avoid something like that. So again, I mean, I'm giving you no firm answers here, but just showing you what the data have said so far. Okay, moving along to a new topic. What about supplemental food? This is another thing that nest watchers, you know, backyard birders, people love to ask about. And some of you may have seen that we recently studied the effects of supplemental food in Eastern bluebirds, as well as black-capped and Carolina chickadees. And you may have wondered, as people often do, and it's fair to ask, why didn't we include the Western and Mountain Bluebird in that study? This study, if you're not familiar with it, looked at across the breeding range of these 3 species and found Eastern Bluebirds to nest earlier and have better nest survival when they had access to these mealworms and supplemental food. Okay, so why didn't we include mountain bluebirds in that study, or Western bluebirds? Well, when it comes to supplemental feeding, mountain bluebirds were the least likely to be offered extra food. So the reason that we didn't include them in the study is that they simply are not given supplemental food often enough to conduct the analysis. So, compare this to Eastern Bluebird, which 13% of the nests recorded got some kind of supplemental food, usually mealworms is what we would ask, but for the chickadees, it would have been seeds and suet. 8.2% of Bluebird or Western Bluebird nests received food, and a mere 2.2% of poor Western or Mountain Bluebirds only received food. So even with 9 years of data, that is unfortunately 9 years is not enough to do this analysis. So what NestWatch can't tell us is whether mountain bluebirds would benefit from that extra food. This is not to make anyone feel bad that they're not feeding their mountain bluebirds. I certainly don't mean to make anyone feel less than for not doing that. I suspect that based on my experience working out west, that those nest boxes are probably further for you to get to, whereas in the east, we might have a shorter distance, or they might just be in our backyards so that it's easier to feed them. So my suspicion is that it probably takes longer for you to get to your mountain bluebird nest boxes. You probably have to hike up steep terrain to do that. So all that being said, we just don't have enough data on mountain bluebirds receiving supplements, supplemental food, to compare them to the unsupplemented ones. But if they're at all similar to Eastern bluebirds, what we might expect is that they would potentially nest a little bit earlier and have better nesting success if they were given these supplemental food. But again, that study was not done. Another thing that nest watchers want to know about is predator guards. And in 2017, we published a study that compared the effectiveness of predator guards across 32 different cavity nesting species in the US and Canada. And this study involved nests that were submitted from 2014 to 2016 and included, again, 32 total box nesting species for a total of 24,100 something nest records. And participants in this study were asked if they had a nest box with a predator guard installed, and if so, which type of predator guard did they install? And we analyzed the survival rates and compared guarded versus unguarded nests. And we pooled all the species and then pulled out some individual species to look at. So what we found was that for most species, the predator guard is a helpful device. And in almost every case, the guarded nest, represented by the black triangle, had a higher survival of expectation of nest survival than a nest with no predator guard. But there are 2 notable exceptions, and they are Buick's wren and Western Bluebird. So when we average across all species, that means we take all the species and throw them in a big model. Predator guards in general came out as a good thing to do. Boost your nest success by about 7% if you have a predator guard on a generic backyard nest box. But the benefits are not equal when you look across each individual species. So, what I can see from this, we didn't have enough mountain bluebirds to pull them out specifically like we did with Eastern bluebirds and Western bluebirds. But my hypothesis is that Western bluebird would probably be similar to mountain bluebird, and mountain bluebirds might not benefit as much from a predator guard. I actually tried to update this. This study was published in 2017, and I was recently prepping for this talk, trying to rerun the numbers and still, add some additional years of data to it, and to see if we could include the mountain bluebird. And we just didn't have that much data, unfortunately. So it's kind of a similar story to the supplemental food in that they were the species with the fewest nests being protected by predator guards. So there's a similar story there. That being said, I did run the model, and it didn't come out that predator guards had any effect on the probability of nest survival for mountain bluebirds. So, you know, we suffer from lower sample sizes for the mountain bluebird, but if all the signs indicate that it probably doesn't make as much of a difference as other factors that could be affecting mountain bluebirds. So, you know, what I did was take a word cloud and look at user comments about their own nests. And I wanted to end with this because comments are not something they're easy to analyze, but I do try to look at them and keep an eye on them to see what people are saying. And one of the things I noticed in the word cloud was comments about bears, snakes, cold, snow, storm, you know, weather. These things come up a lot. Tree swallow. Just kind of looking through the comments, you know, it makes sense that if bears and snowstorms are a major problem for mountain bluebirds, the predator guard isn't going to, potentially may not make as much of a difference, because the last I heard, you know, there's no such thing as a bear proof box, although some people are experimenting. So I just wanted to wrap up with this kind of word cloud of comments and feedback and questions, just to let you know that you know, your comments are important to us, and we do listen to them and try to understand how they affect birds. I'm running out of time, so I'll just quickly end with how you can get involved. Join Nestwatch and report nests. That's that most obvious thing to do. And I'll also mention that we have a bulk upload tool. So if you or a friend has you know, data from a big nature center or a bird club with many hundreds or thousands of nests, we can upload that into Nestwatch without you having to type in each and every one. So if you have hundreds or thousands of nests, tell your friends. We would love to talk to them. These data sets, these big data sets go extinct in about 26 years, according to one study. So they actually do go extinct. So we need to preserve these old data sets as much as we need to increase the amount of data that we're getting from current and recent years. So with that, I'll stop there and let the moderators take over. Left maybe a few minutes.
Great, Robin, thank you so much. As you all might have guessed, and for anyone who's been looking at our chat, because Nestwatch is one of the biggest, most direct things and most popular ways that I think our bluebirders, bluebird landlord, whatever you want to call yourself, for those of us who do monitor nest boxes, we get involved with, our chat was just really, really lighting up during your talk. So I think what I will do is maybe divide things up into two parts here. Quickly go through some of the questions that were sent directly to you, Robin, and then maybe just briefly cover a couple of the topics with resources for people in the chat who had other questions, and just kind of cover those. So one of the questions we have is from somebody, from Karen. They said, our nest box trail has 132 boxes, which are monitored by volunteers. Data is recorded once weekly during breeding season. How would you suggest that we report our data to Nestwatch? And that question is from Karen. Is that an example of the bulk option being a good option, Robin, or are there other thoughts or other things you want to share about that?
Yeah, so the bulk upload could be an option for you if people on your monitoring committee are good about typing data into a spreadsheet and keeping track of it. It does require that the data be digital, so it has to be in a spreadsheet that you can send to us. And whether it has 100 or 1,000, we just zip it up into the website. Another option would be for people to report individually. We do have many people that ask each individual volunteer on the group to enter their data separately, so that everyone only has to enter their small share. So there's a couple of ways to do that. And I should have put my email on here, but I didn't. It's nestwatch@cornell.edu. I'll put it in the chat. If you want more details about how to do a bulk upload, you should definitely email us, because that's sort of a kind of a template thing where we would want to guide you through that.
Perfect. Another question was, it was interesting that Pearman et al. Found an advancement in first arrival dates of the mountain bluebird in Alberta, but yet it didn't look like there was any advancement from your data in laying dates. Could this earlier arrival become maladaptive then? That question is from Natalia.
That's a good question. Is early arrival maladaptive? So NestWatch doesn't track when the birds arrive, right? You know, we have eBird and breeding bird survey for that. So, you know, assuming that they do arrive earlier, do they start breeding right away? And if they do, is that maladaptive? But that's a really good question. I don't know that, I think it's fair to say not everyone who has big mountain bluebird data trails are submitting it to NestWatch. So when we look into areas where I know there are mountain bluebird trails, the data can look quite sparse, meaning not everyone is reporting. So we definitely need to get all those data in there. Even if it's historic from 20 years ago, we can upload that too. So that could be something that we could look at if we had more data. But I think that's a great question. I don't immediately have the right answer for you though.
Okay. Another question, have the effects of fireworks and sound and noise from fireworks been included in the study of sounds on bluebirds? That question is from Mary.
That's a great question. I don't know about fireworks, and that's a great question because they're a pet peeve of mine as well. I have certainly seen birds leaving their nests at night because of fireworks, but there are some studies, the same authors that did this sound and light pollution study have looked at Western bluebirds and noise pollution. So they might have specifically done more on Western bluebird, and some of the oil and gas landscapes, there have been some studies on how that noise affects Western bluebirds, but I don't think I've seen anything about fireworks.
Okay, great. Another question, any thoughts on why the Buick's wren did not benefit from a predator guard? Was it just not enough data on that species, or any other thoughts there? That's a question from Bet.
Yeah, why Buick's wren and why Western bluebird? Why did neither? The fact that they're both Western species is curious to me. You know, out west, I'm not as familiar with it. I have done some nest monitoring in California, but certainly not all over the West. So they're both Western species. You know, we've talked about other issues like drought. We know that drought affects Eastern bluebirds. When there are droughts here, they do affect nest survival on Eastern bluebirds. That study I didn't show because it's Eastern bluebird, but one can infer that perhaps drought would also affect these Western species. And again, there could be just issues like bears and drought and wildfire and smoke that are more important than predators. As nest box monitors, we tend to be witnessing the predation event as a dramatic event that occurs that we see, and it's, you know, it's upsetting to see it, and so it sticks in our minds as like the number one thing. But as we saw with the mountain bluebird data, the more common reason for failure was just eggs not hatching, which is not as dramatic to see. I mean, it's sad, but you don't feel like devastated about it the way you do if you find a bear attack. So I don't know why the Buick's wren didn't benefit or why the Western bluebird didn't benefit. Only just what it indicates to me is that predators might not be the main thing in that system.
And finally, I just want to end on just bringing up a couple points from the chat, because again, our chat was very active. I think, Robin, based on, anecdotally from the conversations, your theory that maybe house sparrow predation is low in the numbers because the same people reporting to NestWatch are also very savvy on the fact that, house sparrows can, in most parts of the country, be legally managed and aggressively managed. That seems to be the consensus from our chat. That house sparrows are absolutely a problem, but and absolutely the attempts and their prevalence and trying to take over a nest box is definitely there. But it sounds like a lot of the people in our chat are doing some aggressive management of those species. So your theory there, it sounds like, is correct. Another topic that came up that I want to briefly mention about tree swallows being a major competitor. We had many people in the chat mention again that pairing nest boxes has has worked for them. Others are saying it doesn't work so well. Personally, for me, it has worked wonderfully to have a paired nest box nearby so that each species can go to its own home. I think that people also were mentioning that, you know, predation by some of these other, or at least competition from some of these other native species is definitely happening. And again, cannot be managed in the same ways that a house sparrow predation attempt or takeover attempt can be managed. So I just want to take the opportunity for everyone in the chat, great discussion on some of the things we encounter as bluebirders or bluebird landlords. Please visit, not only NestWatch has some great information, but I want to encourage everyone to go to the nabluebirdsociety.org or the NABS website. We have tons of just different kinds of fact sheets, tips, best practices on mounting, predation control, all kinds of tips for everyone. So please go and check out that, as well as our ebook that we did on getting started with bluebirds is there too. It answers so many of the questions that I think we are commonly seeing in the chat here about hosting bluebirds and being a landlord. So I think that concludes the questions to go over, and also just with our time constraints. Robin, we got a lot of great comments from everybody thanking you for the presentation. So thank you so much, and thanks to the chat for all the great discussion.
Right. Thanks to everybody. Thanks so much, Robin. Great talk. Wonderful. We're right on schedule, actually. And so we'll do, we'll do our final presentation for the afternoon, and then we'll have a short break, and then we'll have our panel discussion. So our final speaker today is Brooke Bateman. She is the Director of Climate Science at the National Audubon Society, where she collaborates with scientists and volunteers while directing Audubon's Climate Initiative Team and the Climate Watch program. As a science director of Climate Watch, Brooks works with community volunteers to understand how the changing climate patterns in North America are affecting bluebird habitat and survival. Her research focuses on spatial ecology and conservation, emphasizing again the effects of extreme weather events and climate that they have on biodiversity. In this role, she and her team have developed a number of Audubon products, such as the Survival by Degrees 385 Bird Species on the Drink model, and the Audubon National Climate Solutions Report, and others. Before joining Audubon, Brooke conducted her doctoral research on the influence of climate and weather on birds and marsupials in Australia, and she received a BS from Boston College and a graduate diploma of research methods and a PhD in zoology and topical ecology at James Cook University in Australia. How lucky to get to go to school in Australia. The title of her talk today is Community Science Validates Climate Suitability Projections from Ecological Niche Modeling. Brooke, thank you.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Can everybody see it okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Great. Just get my notes up. Perfect. Yeah, so thank you so much for having me here today. I'm really happy to be here to talk about some of the work we've been doing at Audubon around climate change and understanding how climate change could potentially affect species moving forward into the future, and also about our community science program, Climate Watch, and how we can use that to sort of pair it with our models to understand how our birds actually shifting as climate change is happening now. And I know that this title is a little bit wordy, but essentially what I'm going to be talking about first is the climate suitability projections. So it's essentially trying to understand where a species' current range is now and how that could shift or change due to climate change. Using something called ecological niche modeling, which is essentially associating bird occurrence data from citizen and community science data sets with environmental information such as land use, vegetation, and climate. And then trying to understand how we can sort of leverage the community science and the fact that folks love going out and collecting data on birds, in particular bluebirds. If we can use that information and leverage it to understand if these models are doing a good job or not of projecting where these shifts might happen. So I'm going to do my best to talk about that. And I do want to highlight that this is not just my own work. There's a great team at Audubon that has worked on many aspects of this work that I just wanted to thank them. And I have a couple of citations throughout, but this is a collaborative effort. So I first want to highlight that we are in the middle of two separate crises: the biodiversity crisis, where we're seeing unprecedented amounts of loss in biodiversity across the globe, but also a climate change crisis. And climate change is not a future problem, it's a problem that we're currently facing. And these two crises are inseparable from each other. There's been some recent studies and posts that have come out talking about how we can no longer think about them separately, and that we need to make sure moving forward that whatever actions we take, consider both of them in tandem. And this is particularly true for birds. And so we had a study that came out just this past year looking at Christmas bird count data, so a different community science program at Audubon. But we looked at bird species across the US from the 1930s. And what we found was that birds are particularly sensitive to these dual crises, to climate change and biodiversity loss. And that data from the Christmas bird count reveals that climate consistently limits that winter range edge of a species, so that boundary of where its range sort of is limited. But within a particular species range, land use change effects really affected where the birds occur locally through time. And so they're really having an influence on both of these. And you can see here, anywhere in yellow are areas that we have seen a decrease in occurrence for different bird taxa in that time period. And so we can see with woodpeckers and some of our grassland birds and our songbirds, we've seen declines. And for other species like our water birds, we've seen increases in certain areas. But a lot of this was tied, the individual populations was tied to that change in land use, but where species occurred was limited by climate. So we know that both of these factors are affecting birds. Moving forward, we know that climate change is only going to progress at a more rapid rate, and temperatures are going to increase dramatically, particularly if we stay on the emissions pathway that we currently are on. And so if we don't do enough to mitigate climate change by removing carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, by putting more clean energy out there, that we are going to see a dramatic change in the future. And so at Audubon, we wanted to think about what are the potential consequences of climate change of birds across North America. In 2019, we released our report, Survival by Degrees, 389 bird species on the brink, where we looked at North American bird species. We looked at 605 species in North America to understand what are the potential losses of species under climate change. We do have two papers that were published in association with this report. So there was a report and then two scientific papers, and I can provide the citations for those later if anybody is interested in taking a deeper dive on them. But I'm going to go, first I'm going to walk you through the process of how we built these models so that you can understand what went into them. And then we're going to take a look at some predictions from these models and then move forward into how we're using Climate Watch to understand it better. So again, we looked at 605 species, including observations from over 70 different data sources. And we had over 140 million observations of birds across North America. The majority of these data sets did come from citizen and community science data sets. And you can see some of those sources include eBird, the USGS, the North American Breeding Bird Survey, as well as the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. And we have a pretty good spread. This is just a snapshot of 10,000 of those records across North America. So we also wanted to understand the different aspects that, like I mentioned earlier, we know that changes in land use and climate can affect the distribution of species, both at their range edges and within. So we looked at several different aspects of the environment that are important for a species range. And so we looked at climate. And so our climate model is across all of North America at a 1 kilometer resolution. And it was different aspects of temperature and precipitation where that could be influential on species. We also included human land use and which areas have been altered by human use, as well as current and future projections of vegetation change based on future climate change. We also took a lot of care with the ecology of the species. So each bird species was modeled by an associated habitat group. And then we included group-specific variables where it was relevant, such as here is an image of global surface water, which we included for water birds and some of our water-associated species. We included wetland type for marsh birds, and for coastal species, distance to the coastline. And so this was really trying to capture broad scale aspects that are of the environment that are important in defining that species range. And so again, pairing the occurrence data with this environmental information, we can run a model that starts to develop an understanding of what are the environmental conditions like in the places that a particular species lives, and then understand and find out where in the landscape are those conditions that are ideal for that species. To keep a climate change lens on the sort of talking about the different scenarios, we had 3 different future climate warming scenarios. And so there is a scientific consensus that we need to limit the global temperatures to 2 degrees Celsius, or preferably 1.5 above pre-industrial averages, to avoid a climate tipping point, which is a critical threshold, which beyond would yield really dramatic, detrimental, and irreversible system level changes to our planet. And the consequence of crossing this threshold is potentially losing 1 billion more birds into the future. And so this is sort of where we are at currently, at around 1 degree Celsius, or a little bit more since 2018. The goals that countries put together, that the Paris Agreement wants, is a 1.5 degree. And so we're pretty close to that already. And the 1.5 degrees is really what we're considering the lowest or best case scenario that we included in our vulnerability assessment. And really, to achieve this, we need to take pretty aggressive and immediate action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We also looked at this 2 degree scenario, which is that tipping point that I had mentioned. The IPCC suggests that after that, we're going to see catastrophic changes in our global environmental systems. And also, finally, we assessed a 3 degree Celsius scenario, which is actually where we're headed right now, based on both the current policies and based on the current pledges that countries have made. So essentially, like, what are countries currently doing is going to get us somewhere around 3 degrees, and what are the pledges that they put for each country within the Paris Agreement. And so you can see that we haven't taken enough action to sort of move below that scenario. And I will say that these are global warming scenarios. What 1.5, 2, and 3 degrees Celsius means locally is actually in the US, for the most part, a lot higher, on the magnitude of 5 degrees Celsius higher. So it will have dramatic implications, the difference between these different Celsius scenarios. So for each species in summer and winter, we have a separate model for the breeding and then the non-breeding season. We combine those bird observation data. So this is an example here with the wood thrush, with the environmental data to build a model of that species' current range, which you can see on the left map. And then we had an expert review process where we had several experts review the model for each season, and we fine-tuned any parameters that needed modifying to best capture the full extent of that species range. And so we did lots of modifications for species, and then once we were happy with the quality of the model, then we projected onto the future climate and vegetation change scenarios. And so we can predict into the future what we expect and where we expect to find suitable climate and conditions for the species and habitat, but we also can understand where those changes might potentially lead to future range loss. So here we're seeing areas in red as areas of potential future range loss for the species. These areas will become no longer suitable based on factors of temperature, vegetation, and precipitation that are important for that particular species. Also we can see areas that are considered stable, but they could be anywhere from worsening to improving, meaning that they can they're not completely unsuitable, but they're getting worse in terms of climate or vegetation, or they can be improving. And then lastly, we have areas in blue, which are considered potentially range gain, or areas that were not suitable, but will potentially be in the future. And so these are areas that a species could move into, but we don't necessarily know if they'll be able to establish themselves there, because there are lots of factors that you have to take into account when a species is trying to colonize a new location. So kind of bringing it back to those different scenarios I talked about, we're looking at the low or sort of best case scenario at that 1.5 degrees Celsius on the top map, versus the 3 degree or the high scenario for end of century. And so what we can see is that 3 degrees, if we continue to do business as usual and do nothing about climate change, for the wood thrush is going to be considered highly vulnerable to climate change. It's going to lose large portions of its range that become no longer suitable. But if we do stabilize climate change to that 1.5 degree, then we can see a much better off future for the wood thrush for this particular species. So this is sort of the basis of how we developed our models. And we did that again for 605 species to kind of assess which ones were most vulnerable to climate change. What we found is that across the 605 species that we looked at, 2/3 of them were at risk of potential extinction or local extinction, or large amounts of range loss, depending on how much range loss was anticipated for that species. So a lot of species are going to be quite vulnerable to climate change based on changes in climate and vegetation in the future. But we did find that if we do stabilize climate change to that 1.5 degree scenario, then 76% of the species are better off, meaning that they had less range loss anticipated for the future. So we still have time to act, and I think that it's important to understand that there is hope in climate change if we take action. So specifically focusing on the mountain bluebird, because obviously this is a conference about mountain bluebirds. This is the scenario of different future climate conditions for the mountain bluebird in winter. So this is cycling from the current to the 1.5, the 2, and the 3 degree scenario. Which you can see is that this species is not considered vulnerable in winter. There is a small amount of range loss, up to 20% in the southern part, mostly of its range, but the majority of its range is considered to be stable, at least in winter. However, if we look at the summer season, we see a much more stark picture. You can see by 3 degrees Celsius for this species, over half of its range could be potentially be no longer suitable. And there is a small amount of range gain a little bit to the north of its range, but it's only about 9% of its range. So the species is considered highly vulnerable to climate change in the future. So we understand that these are models, and they're doing as best they can to predict and show the anticipated changes for these species. And this is a lot of change anticipated for the mountain bluebird, particularly in summer. So the question that we had was, how closely will birds shift their ranges? And will they follow these changes that we're predicting? How closely will future ranges match the predictions that we have in our models? And so we really wanted to essentially ground truth and validate these models to get an understanding of how reliable they can be into the future, to get us an understanding of how the population or the individual species could be affected in the future. And so we have relied on community and citizen science volunteers to help us essentially ground truth our predictions. And this is where the Climate Watch program was established. So it was established in 2016 to explore how North American birds are responding to climate change as it's happening. So Climate Watch aims to document species responses to climate change by having volunteers in the field look for birds where our models project that they should or should not be in the 2020s. So this is a very near-term project where we're obviously into the 2020s. I said we started this in 2016. And so we're hoping that this information that we're gathering can help us both inform bird monitoring and improve our predictions and help monitor the change in the landscape as it's happening. And this was really something out of our first birds and climate change report. People really wanted to know what they could do to help to make the world a better place for birds in the context of climate change. And Audubon has been working on community science programs since turn of the 1900s with the Christmas bird count. So we're really building on that network and tradition of community science that we have at Audubon. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Climate Watch program, just so you can understand what the program is about. So we consider Climate Watch to be a science-driven survey and a protocol. So the protocol was developed for us to put into place an occupancy estimation modeling framework, which is a lot of jargony words, but essentially there's a specific statistical analysis that we had planned before we went out and did our surveys. And so we have a specific purpose for our monitoring in that we want to test these models to understand how well they're actually doing at the near-term projections of birds and the climate change in the 2020s. So this will help us update our models. It'll help us hypothesis test climate change. So we're actually asking the question, are birds moving currently? Are they currently shifting where they occur based on changes in climate and how that sort of relates to the model predictions that we have? And then we're hopeful that the information that we gain from this program will allow us to improve the future projections that we have. So unfortunately, we can't go out and collect this much detailed information for all 605 species that we modeled. So we are focusing on a set of target species. And so target species are species that have good models, with strong predictions. And so what that means is that the models performed well statistically, but also provided a realistic current distribution of that species range. Again, we had that expert review process and several other steps to understand which models were performing well. We also wanted species that had a wide geographic coverage across the US and North America, particularly because climate change is a broad scale, landscape scale issue. If we have information at broad ranges, it's easier to sort of understand what's going on. Going back to that earlier study that I had shared showing that climate limits the range edges of a species. So really being able to get information across the whole range of the species. For most of the species that we have our target species, they're present in the US in winter and in summer. Because we have the models for both seasons separately, we wanted to be able to test the hypothesis we had for both of those. And then the last thing is we wanted species that were easy to identify and also charismatic, because we want folks to get excited about going out and surveying for these species. We also want it to be somewhat of a low barrier of entry, understanding that the protocol is quite in depth, but also that we want it that new people can help join in on the program and be able to easily identify the species. So these are our target species. We started in 2016 with just the 3 bluebird species. And since then, we've added species to the project to expand our geographic coverage. So the second year we added nuthatches, and then more recently we've added goldfinches, towhees, and painted bunting. And we will continue to add species moving forward to better cover the US and potentially other parts of North America. So how do we go from this sort of these predictions, these maps that I've been showing for the species under climate change? This is for the Eastern Bluebird. How do we use this information and make it somewhat useful for volunteers and kind of translate it into a program where folks can go out and do surveys? And so here, again, is Eastern Bluebird. So essentially what we do is we have the full scale model for the species, and you can see that there's the colors of range gain, range loss, improving, worsening. We've translated that for the Eastern Bluebird into a 10 by 10 kilometer grid across all of North America. And so for each of our target species, we have this 10 by 10 kilometer climate watch square, and the color is associated with a particular value. And so here you can see across North America, you can see which ones are anticipated to improve, remain stable, or worsen. So here in winter for the Eastern Bluebird in Pennsylvania, blue is considered worsening, gray is remaining the same, and yellow is improving. And I do apologize that that's a flip from the colors from the map, but this is just a screenshot from our tool that we use, our GIS tool that helps volunteers plan their program and their surveys. And so volunteers can help us verify whether these predictions are accurate by monitoring for on the ground real changes in species occurrence in these areas. And so you can go to your area, you can find your square, and you can see what anticipated changes there's supposed to be for a species in your area. I did mention that we have 2 survey periods. And so we have a winter survey period from January 15th to February 15th every year. And then we have a summer or breeding season period from May 15th to June 15th. And so those, we give our volunteers a full month to do their surveys to allow, especially in the breeding season, because this is a US-wide program, breeding season is going to be a little bit, the timing is different in that window, depending where you are latitudinally, but also we understand that our volunteers are busy, so we provide a window, and they only go out and do a survey once through that time period, but it does give them enough time. This is something that we've heard back from our volunteers, that they like the fact that they're contributing to a scientific effort that will hopefully benefit the birds they love to watch. Again, it's something that a person that enjoys birding and doing bird surveys can do to help contribute to the science around climate change. So this is a snapshot of where we have surveys from 2016 to 2020. We will be updating the website soon with the last 2 years of data. We are a little behind due to COVID, getting our data up on the website, but you can see we have thousands of surveys across the US. Some parts of the country have more surveys than others. And you can see the number of species of each species that have been surveyed for that time period, with Mountain Bluebird just over 1,200 in this survey period. So validation of these projections from these range shift models, these ecological niche models, remain really poorly explored. And it does undermine their reliability in conservation decision making. So there have been statistical approaches that people have used to understand how well these models are performing. But the accuracy of these types of models can only really be fully tested using independent observations collected from another time or place. But there really isn't a lot of information out there. There's a really kind of scarcity of data for these types of large empirical data sets across the species range during a period that aligns with the changes that we're anticipating to see. So in this study, we are really accessing Audubon's Climate Watch program and the data that have been collected from 2016 to do just that and to help us understand how we can address climate change. So just to get an understanding of the type of model that we're using, it's an occupancy estimation model. And so this is kind of a complex diagram, but I just kind of want to walk you through the basics of how these models sort of work. So we're trying to understand the probability that a bird is within a particular survey area. Here we're talking about our 10 by 10 kilometer square. And the data type that we're using is what's called repeat visits in space. And so we're having individuals go back to the same points year to year to year to understand if there's been changes across time at those particular locations. And so you have an observer that will go across within that square. And here, this is an example with rabbits, but essentially the ecological processes or things that are happening in the ecosystem and the environment affect which particular squares or points that the rabbit lives, is occurring in. So each of these gray squares is a square that has a rabbit. But when a person goes out and does a survey, they're not going to see every single rabbit out there. They're only going to detect some of them. And so here you can see this was a rabbit that was here, but it was not detected by the observer on either of the two time periods. It got 0 counts. Whereas this particular rabbit was observed once in that time period. This one was observed at each of the different observations, and this one once. So we expect that not every bird or here rabbit will be observed, but essentially we use that information of what we call detection data to get a better estimate of where that species occurs across that particular area. And so we pull the information about where we saw that particular species. It goes into a model. There's information about the site that we can include that will have some influence on how easy or hard it is to detect a species. And then we can use this information to make a prediction back onto the landscape of which areas we think are particularly occupied by that species. So that's sort of the first sort of understanding about the model. The second thing that we're trying to understand through occupancy modeling is where does the species currently occur within that? We're calling it a climate watch square for this study. Where does it currently occur? And where are areas that it doesn't currently occur, but could potentially colonize or move into that area? In this figure, we can think of these 4 species as species that currently occupy a location. But over time, we actually see a change. We see a shift with the blue grosbeak moving into this location. And so that's a potential, that's a colonization where that species wasn't there, but now is going to be there due to the changes. And we also want to know if there's a local extinction or a potential extirpation of that species. And in this example, it's the loss of American robin from this particular location. So those are the 3 sorts of things we're trying to understand with this program and with this model. So the first thing we're trying to understand is we're trying to estimate the probabilities of initial occupancy, colonization, and extinction across species US ranges. We use the independent observations from Climate Watch to validate those climate range projections. And we did this for the 6 species, including the bluebirds and nuthatches during summer and winter. And we want to quantify the relationship between these dynamics of occupancy and the projected changes in climate suitability in that near term 2020s. And so this is what we are looking to account. And then lastly, we're looking to account for large scale variation in occupancy using stratum specific random effects. So essentially what that's saying is that we want to understand, is there kind of like a regional effect that's having an influence on where these species are? So this is just an example of what our Climate Watch squares look for a particular location. And you can see again, it's got the blue are areas of loss. So this is a particular region that's anticipated to lose species in the future due to changes in climate change. We have a volunteer go out and select a 10 by 10 kilometer square. And then within that square, they choose 12-point locations to survey during that either of the time periods, depending on which season we're in. And the really key thing here is that the 12 points that are selected are for a particular target species. So for Mountain Bluebird, we would pick the square for Mountain Bluebird, and then the 10 points within that square would be related to the best possible habitat for that species in that square. And so it's semi-randomly selected, but it's really based on the habitat that's accessible, and that we can do the survey periods year after year. So this is, again, we're sampling through many years to understand how the changes are going to happen between them. And each point count is a 5-minute stationary point count. And you are specifically focusing on one target species, but you do count the other species that you see in that location. These are the surveys for bluebirds and the nuthatches as well. That the survey began in 2016. Again, nuthatches were added in 2017. So we pooled the multiple years of Climate Watch survey data to got a better spatial coverage of the current and non-breeding season. And the surveys were conducted also outside of the current species range, capturing a range of climate suitability predictions that the assumption is that those areas might become potentially suitable under climate change. This is just a close-up of the mountain bluebird, where you can see we have had surveys and some of the areas where we are having surveys outside of the species range. So this paper, this is based again on the survive by degrees paper and the different emission scenario. So again, that high emission scenario for the 2020s is what we were going with. So we estimated 4 parameters. 1 is the probability of detection. 2 is the initial site occupancy, the colonization probability, and the extinction probability. And we developed separate models for each species following the unique combinations of species and season for a total of 12 models. And in the first step, we evaluated support for a suite of survey level covariates on detection probability. And we retain those that considered significant in each species season model. So essentially, these are at the survey level, things that we think influence whether you will see that bird or not. So like how late after sunrise are you doing your survey period? For summer, what date are you doing it? Is it earlier in the time period or is it later? How many people are in your survey group? Is it just one person? Because if you have 10 or 20 people, it can actually really affect detection, especially if it's a noisy group. What type of habitat you're in, and then again, what was the target species that you were surveying for? So looking at initial occupancy probability first, we looked at the climate suitability for that near future, that 2020 time period. So that's sort of what we're assessing this occupancy against. And then the strata level random effects were essentially our bird conservation regions. So how do these levels of occupancy actually change depending on time of year? This is not to get too in the weeds here, but essentially we looked at a Gibbs variable selection, which is giving us how much support each of these models has. So when we look at initial occupancy, so is the bird that, like, where are we seeing these birds? How does it relate to the climate models that we've predicted? And what we found was across the board is that species are occupying sites that we consider climate suitable. So our models are doing a good job of understanding initial occupancy with the current suitability for that climate period. And this includes mountain bluebirds. So here are the actual relationships that we're seeing between initial occupancy and climate suitability. And we see across the board that yes, species are showing up where we anticipate they will based on our distribution models. So this is directly comparing where we see the birds with those models that I had showed earlier, including the mountain bluebird. Okay, what about colonization probability? So are species moving into areas that are becoming more suitable, or are they not? And so again, we have the same sort of model structure. And what we found for the most part was yes, we do find that species are moving into sites that are projected to be more suitable, indicating that we are already seeing a range shift and that species are moving into these sites based on climate change. And this was also true for the mountain bluebird in summer. But as you can see, when we did this analysis, we didn't have enough data for a lot of the species to make any informed understandings of those relationships. And again, here are the kind of relationships. We can see this is, and I should have mentioned on the earlier slide that this is the probability of colonization from 0 to 1, 1 being colonization, 0 being not, and then the suitability from a 0 to 1 scale. And so for mountain bluebird, we see high colonization at high suitability. So what we're seeing is that this bird is more likely to occur in the areas that have high suitability than low suitability, particularly in summer. And then lastly, extinction probability. This is one that we didn't have enough data to include in the paper, the scientific publication, but we did have some results for the mountain bluebird that I wanted to share today. And this was looking at change in suitability between the current time period and the future time period. And what we found was that it was kind of mixed. For some species, we did see probability of extinction being related to this change in suitability, but not for all. But mountain bluebird was one of the species that we did see a relationship, particularly in winter. And what we found was that the probability of extinction, with 0 being low probability of extinction and 1 being high probability of extinction, was that we did see higher probability of extinction in places that were becoming less suitable based on climate. And we saw a lot lower probability of extinction in areas that were becoming more suitable, which essentially suggests that any of those areas that are becoming no longer suitable, there's going to be a high probability of extinction of mountain bluebirds in those locations. Unfortunately, we did not have enough data for mountain bluebird to have the regional results, but I do want to highlight some of the other ones that we did to show the kind of work that we're hoping to do moving forward as we get more data for a mountain bluebird. But we revealed the areas within a species range where initial occupancy probabilities were higher and lower on average. And some of our findings were interesting. So in general, our strata level findings, those regional findings, corroborate a well-documented phenomenon that species occupancy tends to be higher at sites towards the center of a species range. So these are like the purple on the maps here. And they tend to be lower, closer to the range edges shown here in the orange color. And same for Western Bluebird and white-breasted nuthatch. So similar relationship. We also found that Eastern Bluebird occupancy probabilities were consistently lower at sites in the northern strata during winter, indicating that the orange areas here. And so that shows that although the results are consistent with their current seasonal ranges, it shows a lack of evidence of a northward expansion of Eastern Bluebird in winter. Which is interesting because a lot of other studies have anticipated that that might be happening. So we really want to dig in a little bit more there to find out what's going on. And so brown-headed and white-breasted nuthatch had somewhat higher than average occupancy at sites in several of the northern strata during winter, suggesting for these species there might be a possible northward range shift in winter. And again, these are more preliminary findings. We're hoping to they're published, but we're hoping to update these with the newer data sets. Just going back to sort of summarize what we found for the mountain bluebird, they're more likely to currently occupy areas of high climate suitability. They're more likely to move into new sites, and especially in summer, that have high climate suitability under a change in climate. They're more likely to leave sites, potentially local extinction, when climate suitability worsens with climate change. But we really need more data for this species in this program to understand the regional effects and changes in occupancy moving forward. But what it does suggest is that mountain bluebird does remain highly vulnerable to climate change. And although it might be able to move into these areas that are becoming more suitable, there's only 9% of areas that are potentially going to be gained. And what's more concerning is the 53% range loss and how that pairs with the initial patterns that we're understanding that this species is leaving areas or no longer occupying the areas that are suitable into the future. So it's just really this study, and I realize I'm just at 40 minutes now, that this really gives us the evidence to understand how these models are working and understand that climate change induced range shifts are already happening and that we have seen it with the species we've studied here. So it can really help us sort of understand how we can use this information in conservation planning, but also how important community science is to contributing to hypothesis-driven science around climate change. And we need more data from mountain bluebirds. With that, I will say thank you. And that's my personal email, as well as the Climate Watch email and the Climate Watch website if you're interested in finding out more. Thank you.
All right. Wow, Brooke, thank you so much for that incredible presentation. We have a number of questions from our viewers. The first one to come in was from Pat. She says, are the number of volunteers reporting observations decreasing?
That's a good question. I haven't actually analyzed the trend in the number of people doing the surveys. I know that over time we've had more people doing surveys, like in general, each each survey period, we have more checklists, but I haven't counted the actual number. It's been pretty consistent through time, but that's something I could dig into. With COVID, it was tricky. We still ran the program, but we suggested that folks did what made the most sense for them. So when I dig into the COVID data, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a dip in those years.
Ah, that's an interesting point with the interesting times.
Yeah.
So we have a question from Bet, who's wondering, isn't warming increasing the range for insect food sources? It's certainly helping the ticks and fire ants.
Yeah, that's a good question. I am not an entomologist, but I will say that it's kind of mixed. And a lot of times people think of climate change as just changes in temperature, but we're also seeing changes in precipitation. And that can have dramatic influence on our insect populations. So ticks are a particular interesting one because they've expanded their range, and with warm, mild winters, they're able to expand their range northward and survive in areas longer. But there are other insects that have not been doing as well. And I will say that our aerial insectivores are one of the most declining groups of bird species. And there is a relationship between that and loss of insects. So I think with anything with climate change, there's going to be winners and losers. And I guess fire ants and ticks so far are doing okay, but I wouldn't say that across the board for all species of insects.
Thanks. Dana, if we could take one more question, we'll eat it into 5 minutes of our break time, but I suggest we just do that and make the break 5 minutes, and we should resume at 2:10. So let's take one more question and then take our break and then come back at 2:10 and start our panel discussion.
Okay, well, our last question then is from Elizabeth, and she asks, it seems like there's a number of bird studies that may be collecting overlapping data. You know, we have eBird and Climate Watch, starting with the premise that overlapping studies are valuable even when they may appear to include duplicate efforts. Wouldn't it be helpful if the data collected by all these different studies, citizen science studies, could be coordinated somehow to provide a more accurate picture of the current and future situation of bird species? Is there any attempt underway to do this?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that there are a ton of great data sets out there and folks doing different things. One thing that I will say from there's different types of data sets, and some of them have specific purposes. And so for Climate Watch in particular, we have a very strict specific protocol that some of the other data sets don't have. So for us to do the type of analysis that I shared, I wouldn't be able to do that with other data sets because they weren't collected in a specific way. But I do think that it's really important to think about ways that we can unify and work together. So all of the models that I shared with looking at how species range is going to shift, a lot of that data came from eBird. So if you think about it, Climate Watch is already using other data sets in a way to sort of understand how climate change is affecting species. So I agree. I think it's great to use different data sets. I know that Robin and I have been in touch in the past about potentially thinking about how Nest Watch could fit in with Climate Watch because we both have bluebirds as a focus. So I think it's a great point and something that we should all connect on.
Ah, great. Thank you very much, Brooke. That was wonderful. Very interesting. Let's go ahead and take a short break and resume something like 2:21 or something like that. And we'll do our panel discussion then. I hope that'll work out for everybody.
No, it's not looking good. So
All right, folks. If we could have the four speakers go ahead and turn on their video, and let's go ahead and start a panel discussion then.
You just want us to speak to each other?
Yeah, well, we could, yes, I thought that we would comment, if anyone had some comments about the other presentations. If that is not going to be a, something that's going to flow really naturally, then we'll just open it up for questions for about 10 minutes and call it a program. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I guess, there were some things that stood out to me were the consensus about the population trend for the mountain bluebird. I heard, 26.4% from John and 34% from Tom, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds like a consensus that there is this range-wide decline. So I'd be curious to hear your thoughts about that and what would be some next steps for what we could start looking at to figure out why. I know you both mentioned some thoughts, but it'd be a good thing to talk about, I think, given that we have some consensus that there's declines.
I was going to defer to John and if he has any first responses.
I got here midway through the discussion of the question, so that of course will not stop me from talking. Yeah, and there's a bunch of issues. One of them is that there's a very, I think a very complex discussion that has yet to be held on sort of thinking about a comprehensive view of population change that incorporates both BBS and eBird summary results. And yeah, I mean, it's gratifying and maybe not surprising that, and alarming at the same time that, both the set of results show fairly consistent changes in recent years. But as far it's interesting because I guess one thing that I wanted to make, or point that I wanted to make in my talk was that having just sat through this State of the Birds report where they're talking about road to recovery species, there wasn't really a discussion of mountain bluebird as a concern. So it hasn't jumped up on their radars, at least. I noticed, Bernie, you made a comment that they were listed under a yellow color in your initial presentation, but so I guess I'm not sure what basis one has if in a relative short-term decline like we're seeing in mountain bluebird without an obvious cause, to say, at what point do you consider it to be a threshold of decline to really start watching the species more carefully and start thinking about making it a priority for conservation. So yeah, I mean, I guess it always, when there are interested people in a species, there are a lot of avenues for people to start thinking about what might be associates of that decline to advance the discussion. And I guess to me, the point of my discussion was, I just couldn't find a lot of interesting covariate information at the scales at which I was presenting BBS data that provided any insights into it.
I think I like Robin's question, and It does it seem remarkable that for a species that humans are so actively helping, we're still in that situation? I mean, that's a kind of an indication of just what we're facing. Because I don't know, I suppose there are species that are being helped by humans more actively than bluebirds. I mean, I'm talking about private citizens now, but I don't know exactly what they would be. Maybe I'm being short-sighted there. But there's quite a few of us out there offering them habitat, for example.
So now you're catching me. I'll make one more comment. Now you're catching me in my I'm an Easterner and don't know a lot about mountain bluebirds mode, and that is there's certainly a lot of large scale environmental changes in the West associated with fire that presumably influence natural nesting locations for mountain bluebirds, and the fact that there are, I don't know what the status and change of bluebird trails for mountain bluebirds has been, but I'm assuming it hasn't been increasing. So, without lacking a change in sort of the artificial nest availability, changes in natural nest locations might be influencing it. That's certainly what's the grand concern about bluebird populations that Larry Zeleny was motivated by.
Of
Yeah.
course, we don't know. That's always been a question that bluebirders have had, is how much of an impact are we making?
I would say most of the data come from nest box studies. There are studies of natural bluebird nest sites, but the majority of your big long-term studies are coming from nest boxes. So, that can be a good study system for, understanding the population, but let's assume the majority of mountain bluebirds don't nest in a nest box equipped with a predator guard and a well-managed habitat. And so we can say some things about the population, but I don't know if we can extrapolate what we learn to the entirety of the, breeding range and the breeding population, because, you would expect that fire would create more snags, maybe not uncontrolled, devastating fire, but more historic types of fire regimes would create more snags that they can breed in and renew the habitat. So to some extent, we don't know, how different nest box trails are to the majority, kind of wild breeding population. So, that's a limiting factor. And a few people have mentioned, mixing the data sets together and, combining NestWatch with eBird and, other data sets. And one thing that is interesting to me is we just don't have, even NestWatch, who has, probably more data about nest box sites than anyone, has no idea where the majority of natural nest sites are, and even where many nest boxes are. Not everybody that puts up a nest box is going to report it to NestWatch, and some studies have shown that maybe as many as 50 to 60% of people have a nest box, but they're certainly not all reporting it to NestWatch. So we don't have a database that shows where all the nest boxes are, and more importantly, where they're not. So we have no data about where the nest boxes are not. And so to do a proper comparison of, are bluebirders making a difference, we need to have a study area where we know there aren't nest boxes to compare it to.
The interesting thing about eBird results, and big difference between eBird results and BBS results, is that eBird results are summarized from the local to the regional, in terms of you have very local results and you're aggregating them up to a regional. And so, BBS results they start out with being a roadside sample, but the estimation really only comes together at a regional scale. We don't put a lot of credence into root level summaries. So that ability of eBird to glom onto an individual point and tell you about what's going on within that 27-kilometer pixel is a enormously powerful associative component to an analysis.
Thanks, John. That's a good point, good reminder. I think when I think about like what we could do next in terms of like analyses to understand like, what's going on. I mean, we could probably put some climate variables in this one of these models or do some joint modeling and find out that, temperature fluctuations in the first X weeks of the nesting season are causing nesting failures. And that's what's, demolishing the population. That's just one thought. We could do that, but and answer that question. But I think maybe more interestingly is where can we intersect with capacity to actually help them? And so, Bernie, you talk about, are the boxes helping them? I think that's a place to start. Like, are boxes in certain places having a stronger effect than in other places? And where should we be looking to put more boxes to bolster the populations? Is this increase in British Columbia the chance to grow the population there? Because we're seeing, moderate increases spatially in eBird. Are boxes more successful in that part of the world than they are maybe on the southern edge of the range, where putting up more boxes isn't going to work just because of the sheer velocity of climate change there? So I think if we want to hone in on a question, it's good to keep capacity in mind.
Yeah, I'd be interested in like the temperature effects of the nest boxes across the gradient too with climate change. And just very observationally, I looked at where our models were predicting 2020's declines of mountain bluebirds and then compared to the BBS trends. And there was similarities, especially in the southern part of the range where we were seeing big declines. And Tom, I'm sorry I missed your talk, but I'd love to see the eBird results for mountain bluebird. But yeah, I'm really interested in the climate aspects of that across the latitudinal gradient.
If you were you gonna comment on that, Tom? I don't want to jump on. Okay. Well, I'm not one of the speakers, but I would like to ask Tom a question. It seems to me on earlier pictures, this is kind of goes to the Eastern Bluebird, but it's a bluebird. It seemed to me like your earlier little cube showing where things were increasing, the blue hexagons being areas of increase in the red. Seemed to me you were showing a lot of increase on the northern edge of the range. I didn't notice that as much on the one that you showed today. Is that trend declining, do you think?
And sorry, are you is that specifically about Eastern Bluebird?
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I asked. I had looked at your trend models before and had noticed that it kind of went along with BBS and that you were seeing increases in the Eastern Bluebird on a lot of the northern states. They don't have a lot of the states and provinces. They don't have a lot of birds there to begin with, but the trend in those areas was upward. Whereas in some of the breadbasket, I guess, of the Eastern Bluebird, like Kentucky and Tennessee and Missouri, they were diving, and I just thought that was. I didn't notice that as much.
I'll just put it up again here,
Okay.
Just so people can have a look. Yeah, so our spatially our trends, since they're kind of uniform in the two regions, should hopefully match BBS fairly well, but except maybe along that zipper zone in the Piedmont. But yeah, we're seeing decline across kind of the more open habitat in the Midwest, whereas in the East, they seem to be, at least again, over this past 14-year period, increasing. So not seeing a latitudinal signal in Eastern Bluebird right now.
Okay. Well, it's good to know. Yeah, and the data that I was talking about was from the latest data I had was the 2015. So I haven't looked at the later stuff that BBS had put out.
So one thing worth noting is that you're just giving trends for eBird, which is a single measure of change over that interval. And, the BBS indices show some really marked declines associated with individual years. So there's kind of a diversity of trajectory within that interval that summary you've got, might, I mean, it's a perfectly reasonable one. And I look back at the BBS and it definitely, there are those declines, but it's not a consistent decline everywhere. It's like there are a few really big declines that I presume are winter related in that interval. So,
Yeah, good reminder.
but you all can do that, right? You can.
Yeah, so
probably do things.
I put the experimental, range wide for Mountain Bluebird in there, but yeah, we can generate those trajectories at each pixel. We're still trying to hammer out the best way to do that. So we're hoping to put that up next year sometime.
Yeah, I mean, one sort of oblique comment is that I think a lot of the comparisons we've done with BBS versus eBird is hampered by the fact that that metric of trend is kind of a crude instrument. There's a diversity of change in trajectories that is probably being, consistency is probably underestimated by just picking a metric and comparing it. It's kind of a blunt instrument approach to the comparison. I think it can and will get much more sophisticated.
I agree. If we can ever crack joint estimation.
John, you are also work with the with the citizen science group that we haven't talked too much about today, and that's the Christmas bird count. Although it's been mentioned in several of the talks, but when I had looked at the data that had come out from both BBS and the CBC, CBC, yeah, that's right. Over the last trend that you had put in 2005 to 2015 under your old analysis, it was interesting that both the spring count of breeding stock and the birds seen in the winter December count were both flat across that time period. I don't know if that's something that you had noticed or not, but they complemented each other very well.
I have to immediately say that I haven't done any Christmas bird count analyses in many years.
Okay.
We had our hand in developing a lot of the approaches that were used, but Tim Meehan's been definitely the unquestioned leader of Christmas bird count analyses. So maybe Brooke would have something to say about that. I don't know if you've looked at the CBC count results for Mountain Bluebird recently.
Yeah, I can actually share the results of our trends that Tim Meehan has been leading at Audubon along with Nicole Michael. So this is the winter trend for Mountain Bluebird, where you can see declines in red and improving in blue for the winter season. I don't know how that parallels with either the eBird or not the eBird winter model.
We didn't updated our winter model for a while.
Okay. I can drop that in the chat if anybody wants to take a look at the CBC trends.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, would you like to then entertain some questions from our audience? We'll take some questions for a little bit until we think we've exhausted that thirst or quenched that thirst.
Can I start with a question that I would like to spotlight? I thought it was a really good question that maybe multiple panelists could speak to. And it was one posed, I believe it was Bet, who said, wouldn't the global warming increase the amount of insects that are available, and therefore would that be, better for mountain bluebirds? And I can pull back up a slide. I showed it briefly and I didn't explain it well, but if it'll still let me share it. One of the things that has been interesting to see is, at least for this study, maybe I can pull it back up and share that screen again. This research was showing the peak biomass of insects and this was a Northeastern study, so I don't know how relevant it is to the Western folks, but it wasn't just that it extended the season that the insects were available. What they found was that the insects came out earlier, peaked sooner, and had a shorter duration of being available to the birds. So it compared this 1989 to 1998 period, which you can see in both species had peaks later in the season. And what they found in the 2005 to 2014 period was that those peaks were shifting and moving earlier and not lasting as long. So the insects don't go away towards the end of the season, but the peaks that are available for the birds to feed their young are happening earlier. So what they found was a more punctuated burst of insect activity that then tapered off. And when we think about that in the evolutionary context of how birds have, over millennia timed their nesting, they time their nesting to occur when that burst of insects comes out so that they can be feeding their young at the time that the insects are most available, at least for species that feed insects to their young. So, over evolutionary time, they want to be timing their nest so that those babies hatch the moment the insects are at peak abundance. So if the insects are moving and they're not just being available for a lot longer, they're moving forward and then tapering off. That means that there could be a mismatch between when the birds think it's a good time to nest and when they actually have food available for their young. So they could be tricked into nesting sooner when the food is not really available. I know, Brooke, you spoke to this a little bit too. Neither of us is an entomologist, but with climate change, the consequences are not as straightforward as we might think. We might think that would be more insects and that's greater. And I certainly do see some birds moving north. We have Carolina wrens here in Ithaca, New York that are here all year round. And at my place, they make nests from March, and I've seen them nesting into September, maybe even October. They have extended their nesting season. But for species like mountain bluebirds that nest at high elevation, I think, maybe one of the other speakers could speak to this, but for species that are found in mountains, they don't necessarily extend their breeding season and just nest more and in a wider variety of places. Now, I'm not an expert, but certainly John and Tom and Brooke have probably thought about other species that nest at high elevation and whether or not, I don't think what you find, at least from what I've heard, is I don't think you find that they just go out into the other areas. In fact, some studies show that they'll just move to higher elevation places to avoid the heat. So I think there's a cascade of consequences that aren't as straightforward as, more bugs being better for birds. But I think there's some this is an expert panel, and surely others will have thoughts on that too, about insects and bigger trends.
Yeah, you see a lot of these papers about insect apocalypse all around the world, and there's obviously big declines. But there was a paper that came out. I have to read this. The first author was Crosley. It came out in 2020. It was a fairly large study, and they used the long-term ecological research sites, the LTRs, and they had some 5,000 different insect survey studies that they had collected that had been done over the years on those sites. And they showed it wasn't all that obvious that insects numbers were declining in North America. Well, the study was largely confined to the United States because of the LTR, but that's a good slice of North America, I guess. But one of the things is that though the distribution of those insects was declining, and so if you looked at like a grasshopper assemblage in Kansas, you might find the same number of grasshoppers, but the species distributions were different. And when you ran the models of evenness and what are some of the other, I'm not an ecologist, evenness and trying to think of the other, can't think of the other term I want. When you ran the ecological models, you found that the population was was comparable in terms of its health, in terms of an assemblage, but that the distribution of insects across that assemblage had changed quite a bit. So that could have a big influence on a bird if one member of a grasshopper species was good prey and another wasn't, and the one that was good prey was decreasing, and the one that wasn't so good was increasing, even though that assemblage would be ecologically as sound of an assemblage, it wouldn't be as good a food source for the bird. So it's pretty complicated. It's a pretty complicated stew.
Yeah, it's definitely very complicated. And you add also the dynamics of there's the spatial changes in distribution, changes of which areas are suitable with the temporal changes, these shifts earlier in insect availability. It's a lot, it's very complex and a lot to deal with. There's an interesting study out of California that Morgan Tinley had led that showed that bird species were shifting their nesting earlier, and the temperatures that they experienced at the earlier time period was the exact amount of climate change that they had seen in the time period. So they had advanced like 1 degree, nesting earlier, it matched that 1.1 degree Celsius experience. So they're shifting in time, they're shifting in space, and it's not just individual species, it's whole communities. And so there's novel communities that have never been together before, and then there's changes in resources. So it's a lot of untangling of things that have evolved over a very long time, but it's changing rapidly because of changes in land use and changes in climate change.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, that study that Brooke just referenced was done in part with NestWatch data. They had a long-term data set from California, but they supplemented it with national data from NestWatch. So yeah, if you look across the broad suite of species that NestWatch has data for, many birds are shifting their nesting timing to be earlier. So it's possible that mountain bluebirds are as well, and we just need more sophisticated tools or models to look at why that might be.
And more data.
Always more data.
Well, would the four of you then be willing to take some, if Dana probably has more questions on the queue there, would the four of you be willing to take some questions for a little bit then? So Dana, do we have more questions?
All right, we do. So we actually have one that was left over from Brooke's presentation, but I think it might be good to have everyone potentially have a chance to comment on this one. And that is, do range loss calculations consider temperature impact on egg viability, which is a big issue in nest boxes? And this is from Bet. So
Yeah.
I am curious to see how scientists, take a look at that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the models that I presented do not in particular take account eggs or nesting. It's essentially the way that the models I was presenting work is it's like an association. So if a bird occurs in a particular location and it does well there, which could mean it could mean breeding success, it could mean survival, enough that the population is doing well there, then it's sort of like, okay, these are the associated environmental conditions that allow that population to occur in that particular location. So mine is more, you can think of it as sort of like a potential of where are the suitable conditions based on temperature, precipitation, vegetation, land use. I think that some of the work that Robin's doing is more relevant to the particular nest questions that you're asking. So like the model I did is very like high level snapshot of what the range might look like. And then within it, there's a lot of nuance based on different factors locally.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, there's certainly that question is suited to NestWatch data. There are hypotheses about egg viability throughout different parts of the breeding bird range. This has been written about more so in the Eastern Bluebird, and why might they have different size clutches in the south than they do in the north, and to avoid getting the eggs exposed to the heat for too long. So these are questions that have been asked and answered with NestWatch data in the past, and I haven't applied it to mountain bluebirds. That would be a good question to address. And as far as like the heat building up inside the nest box to the point where the eggs don't hatch, bird eggs are naturally incubated at a pretty warm temperature, so it's not common that we see them just baking to the point of not being viable anymore, but that that is possible, and that could be happening in an increasing way. But there was a study recently, and it was not in the US, it was in Australia, that looked at a major heat wave in a species of finch that was adapted to that kind of desert high heat environment. And that study did show pretty significant nest losses due to heat, even for a species that was adapted to high heat. So that is concerning. You know, heat waves, even in species that are heat tolerant, can be a problem. Many birds just live their life on a thin margin and don't have a lot of room for error for, you know, big changes or swings in food availability, temperature, moisture, that kind of thing. So, you know, that's a great question, and we can look at that with NestWatch data. So, yeah. I don't happen to specialize in mountain bluebirds, so I apologize. I don't have like a lot of like studies specifically about mountain bluebirds, but we try to answer questions like that when we do a study like that. We tend to look at a kind of broad, you know, suite of species rather than just one. So if I do that study, I would certainly try to include more types of species in it. But anecdotally, we haven't been hearing. We hear some people, you know, emailing in or calling in with grave results or concerns about, you know, specific locations that got really hot. And what I tell people in that situation is to think about, you know, modifying the location of the nest box. Don't put it in the full sun, try to have it so that it has shade. You can, you know, there are heat shields and other things that people are doing to modify nest boxes. And I do think it's important to think about climate resiliency. And I know Brooke, you probably think about that a lot as well, but you know, we talk about climate resiliency for humans, you know, making our homes more energy efficient and cooler, and cities cooler. We can think about that with birds too, and try to think of ways to be more climate resilient. And, you know, nest boxes that account for a hotter future could be one way to do that.
Robin, would you want to mention the study that NestWatch did on latitude and egg viability?
Oh, I can, I'll have to try to pull it up.
Okay, I just wanted, because you already looked at that a little bit and had some data on that, I thought. And that's one thing that NABS, I've just mentioned, that's one thing that NABS is doing. We are sponsoring some studies on different ways to heat shield nest boxes with, you know, temperature recording devices inside in real time. And we have like 4 or 5 of those studies going on. They're not all sponsored by NABS, but they're by people in our organization or one of our affiliate organizations. And you can make dramatic improvements, obviously.
One thing that's really useful to think about in the context of going from observation of patterns of population decline to an understanding of what's causing it is how one has a scientific process for doing it. You know, you have to formulate hypotheses about what might be influencing the decline, and then try to obtain information on how that operates in nature by developing models that predict alternative outcomes, and using the monitoring process in future years to see which prediction is best fulfilled. I mean, the impressive Audubon work that is basically doing that, you know, allows for an evaluation of your model predictions and revision of your models to better, you know, accommodate nature. But that whole notion of forecasting or prediction and increasing our understanding by seeing how well the predictions meet the new data is, I think, a really useful way of thinking about it. And a lot of the things we're talking about can be formulated in that regard. You know, if we're thinking about if we view that excessive heat in nest boxes is causing mortality, you know, that's something that we can see by anecdote, we can see by experimentation, or we can see actual population outcomes based on how we think the effect might be operating.
Okay. Dana, do we have another question from the floor?
Oh, we definitely do. Well, we have one from Bet, who says, we are seeing the impacts now of, I believe, different environmental factors, and that she really likes the emphasis on where the data collection intersects to direct conservation efforts. So this might be noting, what Tom noted about the switchgrass removal, or maybe other efforts. I wasn't sure if the panel has any favorite projects or anything that seem to really tie with the data and ongoing specific efforts.
I can't speak to the cheatgrass example, but I thought that was a great example of, somebody else mentioned in the comments that birds don't just need nest boxes, they need habitat and the insects and, food that comes with that. And I thought that, I don't know that specific example, but habitat restoration is certainly one of the areas. And we need to just expand our thinking, and it's not entirely about the nest boxes, right? There are all these other things that birds need, and I don't have I'm trying to think of a specific example. In like management and policy related stuff, a lot of the times the Nestwatch data are being used for finding the trend, but not necessarily applying it in the field. So that's a good question.
Yeah, I know for us at Audubon, we talk about native plants a lot. We have a Plants for Birds program where we really encourage restoration and native plant work. And a lot of our volunteers at the chapter level do climate watch. They also do native plants. And so there is an association between the work that's being done on the ground across the chapter at the chapter level. And we also really focus on restoration projects, particularly in ways that we can both provide what we call climate adaptation for birds. So resilience, providing habitats, restoring habitats for birds that will help them cope with the inevitable amount of climate change that we're going to see no matter what we do. But also, can we also focus on areas and do things like natural climate solutions, which includes planting native plants that can help pull more carbon out of the atmosphere and help actually stabilize climate change too. So I think that there's a lot of things that you can do from these trends and these models to understand spatially with where the places that we need to target these efforts to help for both of those aspects. So I know it's definitely something in the forefront of Audubon's mind to be doing that work.
Do we have any others, Dana?
Yeah, we do have another question.
Okay.
I'm curious if anyone can speak to the changes in spring or cold snaps and inclement weather event occurrence in accordance with climate change. Is there any indication that the frequency and occurrence of cold weather events are changing as climate change persists? The question asker says, I do know that inevitably global warming will decrease these events, but in the shorter term, these effects of climate change can be more variable in terms of frequency and severity of these events. In the populations we study, cold snaps can be a major source of offspring mortality. So can anyone speak to the changes in cold snaps or inclement weather?
Yeah, so I studied that at Audubon. It's part of our survival degrees. We also looked at extreme weather events and how they affected birds. And also I looked at this prior to Audubon when I was at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, looking at how cold snaps could potentially affect birds in refuges. And what we found is a higher increase in the amount of false springs, particularly for the near-term climate change. And what a false spring is essentially what you're talking about. Spring is becoming earlier. So like birds are arriving earlier, things are warming earlier, but then you'll have a really severe cold snap event after the insects have started coming out and the flowers have started blooming. And that's when you're going to have the biggest problems, because that's when you're going to knock the insects back the worst. So we are going to see an increase in these false spring events, particularly in the southern part of the US moving forward. But yes, as climate change sort of continues, it's gonna happen a little bit less.
Brooke, can I add something? And I should not be speaking too much about climate because I don't know that much about it. But it seems to me like it's odd that really it's kind of the warming up around the Arctic Circle that weakens that polar vortex that's keeping all that Arctic air up there, 20, 30 miles above the jet stream. But when that happens, it settles, and then the jet stream hooks in and grabs that Arctic air. And that's why we have what they call these polar vortexes, which are really a polar vortex anomaly or something like that. But
Yeah.
and that's
Yeah.
going to, you know.
Yeah, and like anytime you're going to have a cold snap, it's particularly problematic when you have a mild winter or if you have an early spring. So I live in Long Island in New York, and like I know a couple of years in a row we've had like really warm Januaries where like the roses start blooming and the forsythia is blooming early. That, and then you'll get a cold snap after that. That's really when it's the most problematic because, like I said, the flowers start to bloom, the insects come out, and it can also have direct mortality for birds, particularly if it's coupled with the not freezing rain, but really cold rain. So it has a lot of implications, these earlier springs coupled with these cold snaps or these fall springs, and yeah, polar vortex and destabilization of the whole system is gonna cause problems.
There was a study done on tree swallows, which are a species that, because they're aerial insectivores, are particularly reliant on flying insects. That was done in 2020 that showed that earlier hatching offspring are now exposed to inclement weather events twice as often as they were in the 1970s. So it is happening more frequently. And they found that even a single inclement weather event can reduce offspring survival by more than 50%. Now that's tree swallows, but yeah, I think it's still relevant that, you know, these early spring cold snaps can have a really damaging effect for a breeding season. I can drop this citation in the chat, but this is another good study that speaks to exactly what you're talking about.
And I heard something similar to that, in that they think that these spring events or these cold snaps in the late spring are going to start happening on the average of once every 4 years. That's NOAA, I think, has been saying that they could start happening as much as 1 every 4 years, which would be pretty devastating for bluebirds. Do we have other questions, Dana?
We do just have a few more that are coming in.
Okay.
And now this one is not sure if anyone has data on this, but it's worth asking. Is there any data on the time of embryo death in unhatched eggs? And could that be associated with any particular cause, like we've been talking about cold snaps or anything else? Any data on any of your data collections ever looking at, you know, when embryo death has happened?
I don't have data on embryo death. The study that I was referencing from Australia, they did look at embryo death in the egg, and found that it was only after being exposed to temperatures above, I think it was something like 104 degrees Fahrenheit for more than 1 day did the egg experience embryo death. I can find the exact numbers and dates. Again, that's in Australia. That was a study on finches, not closely related to bluebirds, but we don't have any data on embryo death for nest watch. In general, that's something that citizen scientists or community scientists wouldn't be collecting.
Yeah, absolutely. Something very, very difficult to determine outside of a laboratory, I think, in a lot of cases.
Another one, Dana?
Jillian, are you able to take any that we have here from our chat document?
Absolutely. So we have a question from someone with the name on here of SAPL, so maybe Sapple, and they're asking specifically about Alberta. They're wondering, if y'all know what the biggest cause of the decline in mountain bluebirds is for that region, so in Alberta.
I do not. There is
All right.
a Canadian version of Project Nest Watch. They're very similar to our program, but they're just administered by Birds Canada. And we do have some data from Canada. Some Canadians choose to do our Nest Watch, and I don't know if they also send their data to the Canadian version, but there are two. I failed to mention that earlier, and so that might be a really great question for the folks over at Birds Canada to ask if they have any specific insights about why that might be. So I can tell you our data from Alberta are pretty sparse.
All right, thank you, Robin. And actually, the same audience member has another question, which is, and they're asking specifically about NestWatch, but I'm sure they'd appreciate insight from other programs as well. Does NestWatch do comparisons on successful nests in heavy agricultural areas, which you might be able to see that from like a satellite or something to see where those areas are?
Some people, so it's not just me that works with NestWatch data, other authors can too, and some have looked at Eastern Bluebirds in agricultural areas. Was the question related to pesticides specifically? I'm trying to make sure I understood the question correctly, or just agriculture as the land used.
I didn't see any mention of pesticides in the post. And of course, then I'm trying to find it again in the actual chat.
Yeah, I don't think there have been too many studies with NestWatch that have looked at pesticides specifically, at least not in recent years. There were some that were conducted back when the program was first started. That was one of the major concerns with pesticides, and there were some studies done back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s that looked at that. But as comparing just nest success in an agricultural area versus a non-agricultural area, if that's the thrust of the question, no, I don't think so. Many of the studies that we do tend to aggregate the data at a large scale and not parse it down by that type of land cover type, but that could be done.
Thank you, Robin. So Bernie, we actually have two follow-ups to two questions that we've discussed already from the chat. The first is from Bet, who says, FYI, I see more lack of development in all eggs for spring losses in the count, I think, with bluebirds. But 1 year lost a lot of wood duck eggs very close to hatching. So I think this user might be seeing lack of development more in every egg. And Bet, I'm not sure if you're actually opening those up. That's very brave of you. And then we have Lauren over from Canada, who says, assuming Alberta is like, oh boy, I'm going to mangle this, but is it Saskatchewan? We find that the birds are simply not returning in the spring. So if our previous user who was asking about declines in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, they're saying that what they're seeing is birds just not coming back. And we have another question as well, if that's acceptable to you, Bernie.
I think, yeah, let's take one more question, and then we will we'll wrap up.
Okay, so Lou Ann asks, can anyone speak to the cold snap in 2021 in the southern half of the U.S.? From what I understand, there was a high mortality in all wintering bluebird species. Here in, I want to say that's Montana, we noticed less adults nesting than normal.
I can speak to it a teeny tiny bit. That was a question that we got asked when the cold snap hit. It was, I'm assuming they're talking about the one that was February 10th through 19th, 2021 in the southeastern United States. And we did look at that, and amazingly, very few birds were nesting at that time because it was so early. It was February, so not that many birds were in their nests or in their nest boxes. I have a link I'm going to drop, maybe I can screen share it, but I'll just put the link in the chat because that might be easier. On page 10 of our annual report from last year, we looked at it and we found 3 of the 4, again, this was February, we didn't have too many nests going on for birds at that time, but only one of them was definitely failed because of that ice storm. Now that's a nest. That's not bluebirds that would have perished in the ice storm or cold weather. That's just nests that happened to be active that failed. So, you know, we had a bluebird that failed, a hooded merganser, a wood duck, and an eastern screech owl that fledged and survived that cold period. So we do have some birds that were resilient and survived that cold period, but at least one eastern bluebird nest failed due to it. And that was in Texas, where they do start earlier. And Texas was also, I think, one of the states that was hit hardest by that cold snap.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I know that this was across multiple species, not just bluebirds, and they did some studies and found that the majority of the birds that did die were very in poor body condition and lacking a lot of like fat storage reserves. And there were some hypotheses that it was because it was the timing of migration, and also there had been a lot of smoke from the fires in the west, that it could have disoriented the birds to some extent in their migration. So it was a combination of the bad timing, which is really why extreme weather events can be really problematic. That like timing of migration, beginning of breeding season, when birds are not at their best body condition, and then hit with that cold snap was really detrimental across many species.
Well, thank you. I want to first of all say thank you to all of our 4 presenters. You took a big chunk of your day today to share your expertise with us, and we appreciate it. I also want to thank everybody that logged on to our conference. It's the first time we've done one of these virtual conferences in NABS, and I think we'll do them some more. We were very apprehensive about whether we had all the pieces of the puzzle put together, but Zoom didn't let us down too badly. So we're thankful for that. And again, just thanks to everybody, speakers and people who joined in, for making this conference a success. So perhaps we will say goodbye. And thank you very much again.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.